Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you on this 2 days members conference. I am very happy to see you all. I request जो भी उधर खड़ा है, please occupy their seats. We are going to start the session. I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Preeti ma'am, please come. I request Amit Agarwal to kindly escort Preeti ma'am for lighting of the lamp. Piyush sir, please come. All the regional council members, Sweta ma'am, please come for the lighting of the lamp. Rudesh sir, Ankit bhai, Gautam bhai. All the past chairmen, I also request Abhishek bhai, please come for lighting of the lamp. All the committee member. Thank you so much. Now I request all of you to kindly stand for the ICI motto.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Friends, in the last week we have lost one of our staff, Vasi branch staff, Shantaram Kaka. So I request everyone, we have to keep silence for the 2 minutes. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you. Shantaram Kaka has served for more than 12 years to the branch. Now I request Amit Agarwal, the chairman of the branch, to kindly escort Preeti ma'am on the dais. Secretary Daya Bansal ma'am, kindly escort Piyush Chhaja sir on the dais. Treasurer Krishna Purohit, kindly escort Ankit Bhai on the dais. Sheetal ma'am, kindly escort Sweta ma'am on the dais. Abha Bhai, kindly escort Gautam Bhai on the dais. Rudesh sir, please come on the dais. इसके लिए पोज लिया रुदेश सर के लिए. Friends, this 2 days mega conference organized by the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board and Women and Young Member Excellence Committee and hosted by our VASAI branch. We are very thankful to the Preeti ma'am, who is the chairperson of both the committee. Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am, for their support. See, Preeti ma'am has finalized all the speakers. She has given the time to the branch. Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am. We also welcome our Central Council member, Piyush Hajar sir, all the regional council member on the dais. Thank you so much for giving time to the branch. Friends, we are doing this members conference after 4 years under the leadership of the Amit Bhai. After 4 years, we are doing such kind of event. Even in the last week, we had done the student conference, where is more than 700 students has participated, and that was a successful event. This event also, we are thankful to the Bhander Study Circle, who has given their support, and all the volunteers, all the committee members. Only because of them, this event makes successful. So thank you all of you for their support. Friends, we had covered more in these 2 days mega conference. We had covered the various topics like the sustainability, which will be taken by the Preeti ma'am, opportunity in the social media, usage of AI, professional panel discussion on the professional opportunity, panel discussion on the startup, panel discussion on the capital market, and many more. Now I request Amit Agarwal to welcome Preeti ma'am with a bouquet. I request Daya Bansal, Secretary of the branch, to welcome Piyush sir with a bouquet. I request Sheetal ma'am, convener of the Bhander Study Circle, to welcome Sweta ma'am with a bouquet. ठीक है. I request Krishna Purohit to welcome Ankit Rathi with a bouquet. I request Abha Bhai to welcome Rudesh sir with a bouquet. And also I request Gautam Bhai to please come. Thank you. Now I request Sheetal ma'am to say few words to the audience. Sheetal ma'am.
Thank you, Tarun sir. Good morning, all. Friends, there's a saying, life is like a mirror. If you smile at it, it will smile back to you. With this, a very warm welcome to all of you at CA conference, Avira. Stay brave, stay strong. I know we all are waiting for our speakers to begin with a wonderful sessions. So I won't be taking much of your time. A very, very warm welcome. And welcome to our respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, our esteemed fellow members. A huge round of applause for yourself. A big round of applause for Preeti Savla ma'am, a very dynamic and versatile madam who is heading the Women and Young Excellence Members Committee. Sustainability Reporting Board Committee, our vibrant VASAI branch, all its conscientious committee members who are working hard for it and letting us behind the CP study circle to be part of it. Big thank you to all of you for making this a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now I request Amit Agrawal, the chairman of the branch, to say a few words.
Thank you, Tarun bhai. Good morning, everyone. I welcome Preeti Savla madam, chairman of Women's and Young Member Committee and Sustainability Standard Board Committee, our Central Council member CA Piyush Hajar sir, all our regional council member and branch nominee Shweta ma'am, Ankit bhai, Gautam lad, Rujesh bhai, and all the members. Ma'am, for this, I first of all I like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to host 2 days member conference under the under your committee. So I thank you for giving this opportunity. Members, after 4 years, last in the year 2019, we have hosted the 2 days member conference, and after this in year 2023, we are hosting the members conference 2 days. During Ankit bhai and Abhishek bhai tenure in their 2 years, that was COVID year, so we were not able to host the member conference. I thanks to all the committee members. I will like to specially thanks to Tarun bhai, because in last 3 to 4 days he has not gone his office. He was at branch looking all the activities. Daya madam, so in this week only we have lost our one team member of the VASAI branch. So at last Saturday he was hospitalized. So all the some staff are in that only. So many times we see that study circle during the study circle when I was, so we have to send emails, invitation and everything in branch staff has to do. But for this event, madam, our all the committee members, so Daya madam and Tarun bhai was to send all the invitations to all the speakers, coordinating with them. So that effort all they have been put in. Krishna and Abha looking after everything, whatever the hospitality and all kids and everything. So I can say that today this success is because of them, because they have worked very hard. So I thanks all the office bearer for supporting in each event which VASAI branch has organized. I thanks study circle convener and deputy convener behind the study circle, because when we have launched this event and we have called up the meeting for all the study circle, Binder study circle was the study circle who came forward to support this event, saying that this first after so many years, so we'll support this event and make our members attend, and we'll whatever the charges will be there, we will be paying that. So I thank you, Shital madam and Kishore bhai, for supporting to the members conference. This year we have started the Adhyay, annual membership fees for the members. In that we have committed that we will be doing 40 CPRs program, and proud to say that including this program, we are doing 100 plus CPRs program for the members. So I once again thanks to all the office bearers for supporting and making this annual membership success, that what we have committed to the members, we are doing more than that. Also, Tarunbhai has mentioned that last week we have done student conference. So our Vikasa team also of the which is heading by the ABA, so that also doing very well. And this year we have done many times that students event and members event on the same date. Today also we have huge festival at Lata Mangeshkar Auditorium for students, where we have more than 700 students who participate for that youth fest. So I congratulate ABA for working for the students for very hard, because he is continuously working and working for 2 events. So that was much difficult. So I thanks ABA. Thank you everyone, because I will not take much time. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit bhai, for your kind words. Now I request Gautam bhai to say a few words.
Thank you, sir. A very happy good morning आई थिंक 5-7 बार गुड मॉर्निंग बोल चुके हो. आई विल नॉट टेक मच ऑफ टाइम. Only two things I would like to speak about. One thing, how many of you have attended regional conference which has recently happened? Oh, quite a few. So the idea of asking this is that a person sitting over here, Ankit Rathi, we should all acknowledge his efforts. He's a PD Professional Development Committee chairman, and whatever structure you have seen, whatever the glorified event you have seen, a big scale, the world record, the attendance of 2,500 members, everything, he has worked sleepless nights for last 2 months. Ankit bhai, you are working day and day out. So a huge round applause for him putting such a great event. It's a pleasure from that, from VASAI, our own branch, he's representing there, and such a mega event he has done. Congratulations, Ankit bhai. Let me also congratulate the branch. The entire year they have done so many events. I think today also the registration is 400 plus, if I'm not wrong, 450 plus registrations they have achieved, even after so many events are there. And look at the structure. I think this is the most futuristic event I can say. You have sustainability, then AI, then offshore accounting, then you have valuation, then forensics, and then obviously the all-time high capital market we are going to discuss. So wonderful structure. Let me congratulate the entire committee. Thank you, Amit bhai, for organizing such a wonderful programs over here in Bhandar. One more thing I would like to talk about, that there's a topic offshore accounting. Generally, whenever we meet, we discuss a lot about it. There is one initiative at WIRC we have taken. There is a committee, foreign development committee at WIRC. We have started project Niryat. So what we are doing with all the ICI chapters across globe, we are organizing an event that what type of practices are there, what types of laws are there, and as CA, how he can migrate as a practitioner or as a job seeker over there, and what are the opportunities are there. So I request everyone to kindly follow that event. I am sure it will definitely help everyone us to know that what is happening other side of the world. So this is from my side. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gautam bhai, for your kind words. Now I request Uday sir to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I think without taking much time, let me just first of all congratulate the entire VASAI branch for organizing this amazing 2-day conference under the SRSB and Women Young Member Committee. So congratulations, the chairman and the entire VASAI branch committee, Piyush Shajir sir and Preeti ma'am. Thank you so much for having this conference. The name of the conference, Avira, Be Brave, Be Strong. I think very essentially, when people say कि practice में scope है या नहीं, when a lot of youngsters today pass and would say कि do we have scope in practice, better है मैं एक double digit salary वाला job ले लूँ. I think such conferences, such topics lets us know that practice में बहुत scope है. I think amazing topics and speakers that we're going to have in these 2 days today and tomorrow that we're going to learn. So I have a learning amazing conference, but please pass on the message to all the new youth also who are passing now that there is a huge scope in practice as well with the amazing opportunities coming in. So thank you so much once again. Have happy learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uday sir. Ankit bhai, please come and say a few words.
Very good morning. Indeed, it's pleasure to be here with you all in this 2-day conference. At the outset, let me first recognize the presence of chairperson of SSRB board and women and young excellence committee. Women are already enough empowered. Preeti Savla ma'am, Central Council member Piyush ji, and branch chairman Amit bhai and his entire team. My regional council colleague Gautam bhai, immediate past secretary Shweta madam, Rudesh bhai, and past chairman of VASAI branch, Parmod sir, Abhishek bhai, and entire audience. Friends, I will not take your much time. Just quickly, let me share you. Expectation of our stakeholder is day by day increasing vastly. So I just want to share you that please keep attending this type of conference, seminar, webinar, so you can update yourself. Friends, let me also tell you, as said by Gautam bhai, I am chairing PD committee this time in the WRC. So we recently closed one mega regional conference with the massive participants of 2,500 people, and I am happy to share you, friends. We achieved world record of largest human mosaic. I congratulate each one of you for this world record achieved by the ICI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit bhai. Now I request Shweta ma'am to say a few words.
Thank you so much. Dignitaries on the dais, Central Council Member Preeti Savla Madam, Piyush Chhajed Sir, Chairman of the branch Amit Agrawal and the whole team, my council colleague Ankit, Rudesh, Gautam, of the dais, past chairman of this branch, Pramod ji, Abhishek, convener, deputy convener of this Bhinder CP study circle, senior members and all the participants. A very good morning to all of you. Friends, it's really a privilege for our branch that we are hosting this program under the aegis of Sustainability Reporting Committee and Women and Young Empowerment Committee, which is headed by Preeti Savla Madam. Madam, thank you so much for allowing us to host this conference here in our branch area. Friends, the days are gone जब हम ट्रेडिशनल प्रैक्टिस की बात किया करते थे, इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न, जीएसटी, वेट रिटर्न एंड सम ऑडिट्स. Now the days has changed and AI is playing a very important role in our reporting. So now the new age auditor is required where artificial intelligence, data analytics and other related to technology reporting is really, really important. While going through the structure, I'll not find anything कि कुछ हमसे छूट गया है. Each and every area where chartered accountant can excel their practice, be it social audit, sustainability reporting. If I talk about sustainability reporting, BRSR, business responsibility and sustainability reporting is made mandatory from financial year 22-23 onwards. I don't know how many of you are aware about it. Initially, it is for 1,000 listed company. And SEBI recently has, in the month of July 23, has issued one circular where they have written up parameters. If you go through that, it is really difficult to comment on those parameters. So being an assurance provider, we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful while doing this reporting. And it is not only about this is opportunities only for the big firms or big size chartered accountant, because in this reporting, vendor reporting is also mandatory. See, example, if one big firm or big company where it is applicable, this is applicabilities for their vendors also. So definitely, wo vendor ki reporting, it may come to the small or mid-sized chartered accountant firm. So be ready, equip yourself for welcoming to the new area of opportunity. I would conclude my talk here with this. Thank you so much. Hand over to Tarun Bhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. We have with us Piyush sir, the DT Guru. Before that, I request Krishna Purohit to give a formal introduction of Piyush sir.
Thank you so much, Tarun Bhai. A very warm welcome to all the audience present over here. I have been given the opportunity to introduce our Central Council member, CA Piyush Chhajed sir. He is a practicing CA from last 23 years of experience. He is majorly into the litigation part of direct taxation. He is made significant contribution to finance, accountancy landscape on both national as well as international level. He is a member of working committee for the Asian Federation of Accountancy, also known as AFA. He is regular contributor to direct tax publications. He has also contributed to WIRC publication on the scheme of Vivad Se Viswas. Beyond his professional pursuit, sir is actively engaged in various trusts and organizations where he served as an independent director, showcasing his social contribution towards the society. He has a profile of 2 to 3 page, but I will not like to share all the details. Sir, as also we have running short of time, so requesting sir to please take a charge on the dice. Thank you so much to all the audience.
Thank you very much, Krishna. Thank you, Tarun. Central Council member Preeti ji, who has given this opportunity to VASAI branch to host this wonderful seminar on the dawn of this year, when we will be completing one more calendar year of the professional expertise. Preeti ji obviously has worked very well. She has made a women empowerment committee to a truly women excellence committee, and I am sure under her leadership, women are already excellent and doing much more better than any other profession. Chairman of the branch, Amit Agarwal, and all the managing committee members on the dais, regional council members, Ankit Rathi, Rudesh Pankania, Shotaji, Gautam Lat, past chairman of the branch, representatives of study circle, convener Sheetal, I could see other deputy convener, esteemed members of the VASAI branch, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I will congratulate VASAI branch for hosting this 2-day conferences, specifically selecting the topics which are forward-looking. As Shweta mentioned in one of her, when she was delivering, that the time has changed when the traditional practice will change. The way the traditional practice will be done will be the change. And that takes me to one thought process, and I was wondering how the traditional practice will change. Because out of the 4 lakh members, 1,50,000 members are in practice, and around 85,000 firms which we have. Largely all are proprietary concern. And 80% of them are today also doing a traditional practice, if I am not wrong to into it. The persons who are in the industries, obviously they have a diverse roles. If they are into a CFO, they have become a CFO at the large. But largely, if you will see, they are into an accounting at the small levels. When they start their career, they are into an accounting. Either they are heading tax function, either they are heading indirect tax functions, and therefore the traditional practice which we call, that is taxation, indirect taxation, it has its own meaningful. But the question important is, which I believe will be discussed in 2 days, how would the way the traditional practice is done would change. Let's just take an example, the audit which has been done. Last 2 years, it has been thought that there is no more physical audit happening, no more vouchers are being sent, no more files are coming to the office of chartered accountant. Possibly everything is coming in the scan version. Possibly the auditors are using now a software which gives them a sample, how the samples has to be selected or something like that. So the way the performance of the traditional functions like audit and taxation will change, traditional practice would not, I think so, may not change, and the growth will still remain. If I look at it, overall gamut, 140 crores population, chartered accountants today are only 4 lakh. If you actually apply a percentage is 0.0003 actually. It is really a rare piece, chartered accountant. You just compare it. You compare to the engineers, you compare to the lawyers. It's a very rare. Now the question arises, if the government is hopeful that if my economy moves from a 5 trillion, 4 trillion today roughly, moves to 5 trillion, 20 trillion, 30 trillion, there may be a huge demand which will be coming for chartered accountants. There could be a buoyancy which may happen. And if my personal view is that next 2 decades would be for a profession. We were just discussing, having a panel discussion on professional role of professions in Amrit Kal. Amrit Kal is the next 25 years vision which a government has made, and even the institute is making its vision for 2047, how the profession will look. But the next 2 decades, it would be very important for the profession, and I believe there would be a lot of professional opportunities coming. If you see historically also, today the profession is, the chartered accountancy is the most regulated professions. Everybody is aware, institute is regulating a profession, a lot of things are coming from the institute. NAFRA is already there. SEBI is also behind chartered accountants. Maybe there may be other bodies. But if you go into the history, wherever the profession is regulated more, generally the professions evolves out of it. When I say evolves out of it, evolves out of it, and you will see the profession grows. When I say evolve out of it, it actually grows when it is a more regulated. You see any particular industry, it is said that if it is more regulated, it kills business. But if it is more regulated, the fittest would survive and the profession would evolve out of it. And therefore, my request to all the members who are attending this conference, to all the professional brothers would be, you be concerned, look into a technical expertise. If you're doing audit, please be expert in audit. If you do taxation, please be expert in taxation. And believe me, the next 2 decades would be a growth opportunities in this particular field, because now you are regulated. Once you are regulated, that means you are respected also, obviously. And that's why you are regulated. It is an expectation of the regulatory body that when you are performing any particular function, it is proper and the people would place reliance upon it. And that's what the background I believe into it. Coming on to an institute front, obviously, been a part of a standing committee. This almost 1 year has been completed. I am part of the standing committee, disciplinary, exam committee, finance, executive, all these standing committees. I am part of the institute. As you are aware, the examination pattern has also been changed. Institute is well aware of the changes which are happening and trying to adapt for the members as well as the students who is going to become a chartered accountant. And therefore, the new course has come, new subjects have been selected. Examination pattern, the first open book examination would be also coming, which will happen in May 2024. So institute is gearing up to prepare an examination pool of the questions. There would be an online examination on the self-paced training papers. That is the 2 important papers, including company law has been shifted on self-paced, wherein the questions will be developed on an MCQ base. And therefore, the total manner in which examination has been changed is completely different. The idea is that the students who are going to become a chartered accountants, their knowledge, their mug-up knowledge will not be tested. It will be their skills which will be tested. The application of their skills they have derived during the study period, during the articleship period would be more important. And that's what change is happening. Apart from that, coming to a direct tax committee, being a vice chairman, I could not come last time when there was a national conference of 2 days attended for direct tax conference. I had, of course, I had addressed it virtually at that moment of time. Since then, I was waiting to come to VASAI branch. And the Preeti ma'am organized this conference, so I took this opportunity to be in the inaugural. Direct Tax Committee this year has done 2 important things, which obviously is, one is always guidance note, which is revised on a tax audit. Friends, very important note, I think so most of you would have not realized there is a change, there is an authority which is attached to all the publications, all the statements issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. If I am issuing an accounting standards, they are mandatory. If I am issuing a technical guide, they are not mandatory. When I am issuing a guidance note, though they were not recommendatory up till July, but in the July council approved that from July onwards, the guidance note, though they may be recommendatory, but the more weightage has been put on that. What do we mean by more weightage? That in case any practicing chartered accountant, when he's performing his assurance function, and if he's not complying with the guidance note, then he needs to document that what are the other alternate procedures he has adopted. Therefore, the guidance note has now been kept at high pedestal. Why? You may recollect that now a guidance note has been issued on the audit of charitable trust. Technical guide has been issued. The Direct Tax Committee has already formed the groups and we are working it to convert that into a guidance note. Initially, it was a technical guide. It was recommendatory in nature. Now, when the guidance note comes, maybe in 2 or 3 months period of time, because the working has already started on that, guidance note on audit of charitable institution, that is the new form 10B, 10BB, it will become as good as mandatory in nature. What is written in the guidance note, the members are expected to follow that. And that is for safeguarding the members. You believe me, even today, when the guidance on tax audit defines the turnover, for the purpose of the tax audit limits, there is nowhere turnover defined under the Income Tax Act. There is nowhere turnover defined anywhere. And there are judgments to the extent that if the turnover has been defined by a body who is expert in the audit function, then we should accept that. That's what Supreme Court also says. And that's the value of the guidance note. And after the change of authority which has happened in July, my request would be that we should comply with the guidance note. Once you are complying with the guidance note, the question is whether it is right or not wrong. When you fill up the form 10B, 10BB, you may realize, somebody may feel that, may have a different view what is written on the guidance note. But idea behind is that you follow what is written in guidance note. That will safeguard you when you need to explain if somebody is putting to your question that whether you have discharged your assurance functions correctly or not. So it is always said, what is written in guidance note is final. we always discuss that whatever judgment has been given by Supreme Court is correct or not correct. We may have a different view, but the question is whether it is correct or not correct, it is final. Similarly, what is put in guidance note, what is mentioned in accounting standards, somebody may have a view that it is not correct view, there may be a different view in the minds of the members, but it becomes a final, and therefore always I request please look into it. Apart from this, Direct Tax Committee this time as a proactive measure, we had a discussion with the CBDT chairman that when we see the Form 3CD, lot of clauses which are redundant are still continuing. I was saying like a modwed, and there is a question arose whether the ITC credit has to be reported in the column which is in relation to a modwed. So guidance note obviously clarifies on that. So during that discussion, it emerged that there are a lot of changes which have come, new provisions of law have come, but those are not incorporated in the Form 3CD, whereas certain redundant provisions are still continuing. So in month of December, last week itself, we had prepared a paper on a proactive measure that these are our recommendations for changes to be made in Form 3CD. Rather than the CBDT coming with a revised Form 3CD, it comes to us and then we start our implementing measure. This time as a proactive, what we have done, we had raised this queries, we have sent, if I believe we have also sent emails to all the individual members if they have any suggestions for the changes to be made in Form 3CD. That suggestions were received from a lot of members, groups were formed, it were reviewed and then compiled, and that data, what should be the changes made in Form 3CD from the next year, maybe March 24, maybe March 25, whenever the government approves it, that should be incorporated immediately. So these are the two important things. Third, there is always a grievance which is happening when it comes to an income taxes, that there is no proper grievance handling when the additions are made under the CPC. We are all actually helpless when it comes to CPC. You file your return, if you receive a refund in 24 hours, 48 hours, you are happy. But there are certain class of assessees, maybe 10%. But the numbers, when for a professional, the numbers may be high. And there is an adjustments made which may not be in the accordance with the law. And then you keep on raising the grievances are not resolved. So in a meeting with the CBDT, it was decided at that time, and there's that he also assured that we'll consider to have a grievance committee at individual district level, wherein the representatives of income tax department and representatives of the professional bodies like institute or maybe any other association, if institute is not having, will make a committee and try to resolve a grievance at that particular level. So if a grievance, and it was in their interest obviously, because the number of, for them also the target which government gives them is that the grievances should come down. So if they want to bring the grievances down, obviously they are happy if the numbers goes down. So what they said, we'll make a particular committee, whatever grievances come through this professional bodies. So rather than same grievance raised by 10 different people, it will come as a one grievance, and it is quite hopeful that it will be resolved. So that's what an idea been floated, which has been accepted, but obviously it has not been implemented. I believe post-budget or post the new government comes, this will be implemented. So these are 2 or 3 important things which I thought I'll take this opportunity to update what is happening on Direct Tax Committee, because I'm part of that particular committee and even on the standing committees. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish great happy learning over 2 days period, and I'm sure you, whatever the new opportunities will be discussed over here, like forensic audit, valuation audit, my request to the members would be, it's not important that you gear up with this particular area. Obviously, you should have a fair knowledge of it. But the question always comes to a mind, if I'm actually learning a forensic audit, if I'm actually done FAFD, whether I'll get an assignment for forensic audit or not. That's the most important thing. So getting a FAFD certificate, learning over here does not get ends. It gives you a broad view. It also helps you in discharging and other functions which you are doing today. But it is more important for us to ponder, how can I actually specialize into that? Can I actually rope in? Can I hand joins with or network with an individual members who specialize into this particular area, which will actually help me in penetrating or getting a work in that particular area? I think so. That should be an idea of such CPE programs. So thank you very much. Thank you very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush sir, for your valuable insights and the various activities done by the Direct Tax Committee. We are also thankful to the Vice Chairman of SRSB Committee, C.S. Sanjeev Singhal sir, and see Abhay Chajat sir, the Vice Chairman of the Women and Young Committee. Friends, as rightly said by the Sweta ma'am and Piyush sir, ki we have ample opportunity in sustainability reporting. There is a social stock exchange where the companies can get listed and get the funds. So with this, we are all are waiting here to Preeti ma'am. So before that, I request Abha Parab to give a formal introduction of Preeti ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. CA Preeti Paras Savla ma'am is Central Council member of the ICI. She is chairperson of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board and Women and Young Members Excellence Committee and on the board on discipline. She is instrumental in starting the ICI call Sahayata. She is past chairperson of WIRC. WIRC and Vikasa have been adjudged the best awards under her leadership. She is member of Sustainability Advisory Standards, Forum of International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, the only member representing India. She is chairperson of SAFA Sustainability Board. She is director in Institute of Social Auditors of India and also governing council member of Social Stock Exchange, BSC. She is partner in KPB and Associates. She is public interest director in NSE Clearing Limited, independent director in Sun Pharma, IRB Infra, Aarti Drugs. She is first social auditor of India and also holds diploma in DISA, insolvency professional, certificate course in forensic accounting and fraud detection, ICI. She regularly delivers lectures on the various topics of professional interest and has delivered 300 plus lectures till now. She has been mentor to various women professionals to restart their career. She has received various awards, including run by parliamentarians. She is always available to support for our VASAI branch and its members and students. Thank you, Tarun Bhai. Over to you.
Thank you, Abha Bhai. I request Preeti ma'am to kindly take the charge.
Hello, good morning everyone, and welcome all of you to this 2 days members conference. And I remember the day in 2019 when I was chairperson of WIRC, and actually at that time Xavier Rajan was the chairman of branch, and we are missing him, and secretary was Amit, and now when he is the chairman of branch, he is having this 2 days members conference. And friends, I must compliment all the efforts and appreciate all the efforts of Amit and entire team for organizing this 2 days program hosting at VASAI branch. Actually, we had planned to have this program in November, then we have extended the date. Again, some or the other programs were coming in, then regional conference, and then at last we have program at this point of time in this last week of December. And daily, regularly, in last 15 days, there is not a single day when Amit has not called me at least 2 or 3 times in a day, I would say. Madam, ye speaker, ye structure, and what should be the name of the conference, what should be the theme, and then we concluded that Avira, being the strong personal and bring a strong chartered accountant as a partner in nation building, and here all are. And I think actually this is really happening and benefiting all the members. These efforts are actually benefiting all the members and students of the branch to prosper their career. And I request all of you to give and appreciate all the efforts of VASAI branch, Amit and entire team. I can see Tarun, Abba, Daya and Krishna and behind the study circle, Sheetal Sharma and Kishore Bhai, and there are always 4 directions and the 4 pillars, and the pillars are so strong. All the regional council members of VASAI branch, I can see Shweta, Ankit, Rudesh, Gautam. So they always, strengthen their efforts. So my compliments to each one of them. and this foundation of the VASAI branch is so strong. All past chairmen and past managing committee members and all past conveners of study circles are really great help to the branch, and they have made the foundation strong so that the branches, the members are prospering to the next level. Uh, Friends, coming to the topic, what is sustainability? And we'll come to that session and we'll see that. And sustainability has come now and everyone is talking about now. But what is our base? Our audit. And one thing which we as a chartered accountant, whenever any person comes to us, will know, koi bhi agar citizen of India or normal public, what they will ask, मेरा टैक्स कितना होगा, and direct tax is as important as that. And was there direct tax was important, direct tax is important and will remain important. And direct tax की history geography जो लिख रहे हैं, he is there with us, CA Piyush Chhajer. So he is actually doing great work in direct tax. So Piyush bhai, thank you very much for being here and discussing about all the activities of Direct Tax Committee with the members and gracing this occasion. Thank you very much. I can see Dinesh bhai who is already there, and Dinesh bhai, when your session is supposed to start, I am starting the session. And again, we are also talking to Abhay Chhajer, who is Vice Chairman of our Women Committee, to have because President and Vice President sir are there at Raipur. They are actually having their session at Central Regional Conference. So I am requesting them to come and address online to all of you. So that discussion is going on. So because they have already, we were supposed to invite them over here in our members conference. However, they have already come, visited Vasai branch at the time of student conference. So at least let us see if they are able to come over here online and address all of us to showcase the vision of ICEI. We have Vision Committee also, Vision 2049, and we are doing a lot of activities. So we have till the time the response comes, we'll start the session. Amit bhai, we have to start the session. Okay. So what is sustainability? Yes, anyone can say anything about sustainability. What is sustainability? यहाँ पे बैठी, वहाँ पे बैठी, कहाँ पे भी बैठी है?
मैम, हाँ हाँ मैम, पेन ड्राइव दीजिए.
कौन सा फाइल है मैडम को?
मैडम को मालूम है इधर तो.
मैम इसमें कौन सा फाइल है? पॉइंटर सुनो ना, ऐसे नहीं करना पड़ेगा, गड़बड़ होगी. कॉलर माइक नहीं है, हैंड माइक दो. अभी आया देख, आया हैंड माइक दो, इधर से दो. ब्लू ग्रे चालू करो. ब्लू मैडम का स्लाइड दिखाना सबसे पहले आएगा ना. ये आपका ये ना, हाँ ये स्लाइड दिखा मैडम का है. हेलो स्लाइड दिखा, फिर मैडम को दिखाना.
So are we ready to understand the sustainability? Yes or no? So, how many of you are knowing about sustainability? Can you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So actually what happened last time when elections were concluded and I got elected to the Central Council and incoming President Dr. CA Dr. Debashish Mitra called me and asked me, Preeti, which committee you would like to have it. So first year hai, to we don't get chairmanship, vice chairmanship. So आई थॉट ठीक है इंस्टीट्यूट में इतना काम किया है सर एनी कमिटी आई विल वर्क इन वॉट एवर कमिटी यू गिव सो देन वंस द नॉमिनेशन केम आई वॉज द वाइस चेयरपर्सन ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड बोर्ड वी डायरेक्ट टैक्स सुना है जीएसटी सुना है वी हैव हर्ड अबाउट ऑडिट्स इंटरनल ऑडिट्स देर आर 30 कमिटीज़ एंड ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है सो तो वो आँख पे पट्टी लगाते हैं ना और सामने एलिफेंट को खड़ा कर देते हैं और पूछते हैं आप ये टच करके बताओ ये क्या है राइट सो जैसे यहाँ पे है ना तो अगर कोई उसको उसकी बॉडी को टच करेगा तो ये कुछ वॉल जैसा लग रहा है दीवार है ये और अगर कोई उसकी टेल को टच करेगा तो ये क्या है ये तो मुझे कुछ रोप जैसा लग रहा है हाँ और अगर कोई इसके पैर को टच करेगा तो ये तो कुछ थमले जैसा है पिलर है ये हाँ तो ऐसा ही हमारे केस में है कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है राइट वी डोंट नो और हमने आँख पे पट्टी बांधी हुई है राइट सो ऐसा हुआ तो मैंने सर को बोला कि सर अगर जीएसटी पे प्रोग्राम होते हैं तो प्रोग्राम में 500 लोग आते हैं डायरेक्ट टैक्स में होते हैं तो 400 लोग आते हैं ऑडिट पे है तो 200 लोग आते हैं और सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे है तो 10 लोग आते हैं अभी 10 लोगों को भी पता नहीं है हाँ 10 लोग आते हैं तो ये मेरे को कैसी कमिटी दी है आपने बट when I actually entered into it, I really enjoyed and really there are a lot of opportunities as a chartered accountant in sustainability. And friends, let me tell, फिर हमारी फर्स्ट मीटिंग हुई सी सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड बोर्ड इज़ द फर्स्ट बोर्ड इन द वर्ल्ड which institute has. We have started this board in 2020 and I have got this opportunity to chair this board. Current year, last year I was the vice chairperson and we have done lot of work. जब भी फर्स्ट मीटिंग हुई कमिटी की सो एट दैट टाइम दिल्ली में मीटिंग थी सो आई एम वेरी न्यू टू द काउंसिल गए मीटिंग में तो एक वहाँ पे तो इंटरेक्शन विद द रेगुलेटर्स आर देयर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग मेजर्स ऑफ फॉर मेंबर्स आर देयर लॉट ऑफ एक्टिविटीज़ आर देयर सो तो एक सेबी का वाइट पेपर था सेबी का वाइट पेपर था सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे और चेयरमैन इज़ फ्रॉम नॉर्थ संजीव सिंगल लास्ट ईयर उन्होंने बोला प्रीतिबेन आप है ना इस पे रिस्पॉन्स कीजिए ये सेबी का पेपर के ऊपर आपको अपने को रिप्रेजेंट करना है तो आप इसका रिस्पॉन्स आप बनाइए सो आई वॉज लिटिल कन्फ्यूज और दैट यू हैव टू गिव विद इन 48 आवर्स 2 दिन का उसका डेडलाइन है 2 दिन में आपको ये पेपर पे रिस्पॉन्स करना है तो मैंने तो मीटिंग बोला ठीक है आई विल डू इट अभी डायरेक्ट टैक्स है तो हम फ़ोन करके किसको बुला लेते हैं और कर देते कि इसके एक्सपर्ट्स को कि इस पे आप कर दीजिए आपका इनपुट्स दीजिए जीएसटी है तो और 10 लोगों को 10 लोगों से इनपुट्स ले लेते हैं जो जीएसटी में एक्सपर्ट है यहाँ पे सस्टेनेबिलिटी बोर्ड में तो मेंबर्स भी मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द मेंबर्स आर ऑल्सो फ्रॉम अब्रॉड तो अभी मैं क्या करूँ मैं तो किसको जानती नहीं हूँ कि जिसको सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो एक्सपर्ट है सो अभी करूँ क्या तो वो दिन तो निकल गया नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग 5 बजे उठी 2 बार वो पेपर इट वॉज अराउंड 25 पेजेस पेपर आई रेड दैट ट्वाइस एंड देन आई मेड माई कमेंट्स सो वॉट ऑल दिस ऑल अबाउट द सेबी पेपर क्या था उसमें इट वॉज ऑल अबाउट ESG रेटिंग कि ESG रेटिंग कौन करेगा, सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग कौन करेगा, कैसे होना चाहिए. And after that I made comment, and in that time also I have seen and ensured that and mentioned that the chartered accountant should be given this opportunity in sustainability. And then later on our name is recognized. I'll come to that also. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India should do this. It is mentioned in SEBI notification also. So this is all the efforts which are going in since last this couple of years in sustainability for our members and for chartered accountants also. So friends, so let us understand, and I will give you small examples so that you can correlate and easily understand the subject about sustainability. So आप लोग शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं? Yes or no? करते हैं. ट्रेडिंग भी करते होंगे? नहीं, इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. Very good. So you are very nice audience who is taking care of your money very wisely. And invest करते हैं तो क्या देखते हैं हम? When we invest in the share market, what we see? हाँ? तो उसके लिए हम क्या देखते हैं? रिटर्न देखते हैं ना, कि कंपनी के प्रॉफिट्स कितने हैं. अगर कंपनी के प्रॉफिट अच्छे हैं, राइट, ज़्यादा चलेगी तो उसका शेयर का भाव भी ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा, राइट. सो पहले तो हम प्रॉफिट्स देखते हैं कि प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कितनी है कंपनी में, ठीक है. सो नाउ द कंसेप्ट इज चेंजिंग. पहले प्रॉफिट ही देखते थे, बट नाउ उसके बाद में पीपल एंड देन प्लेनेट. बट नाउ थिंग्स आर इन रिवर्स ऑर्डर. दिस 3 P's, द प्रॉफिट, people and planet are in reverse order. First is planet, then people, and then comes is a profit. And this is what is all about sustainability. So the first video, it was a 2 minutes video. I have not brought it today. So first video which I have seen is nature require people or people require nature? हाँ? People require nature. और हमको जो चीज़ चाहिए तो उसका हम कितना अच्छा ख्याल रखते हैं. हाँ, अपना ब्लेज़र, अपना शर्ट, वी टेक केयर, बहुत अच्छे से ध्यान रखते हैं. अपने इवन शूज़ तक का हम अच्छे से ध्यान रखते हैं. येस और नो? आई वॉन्ट ऑल योर रिस्पॉन्स. सो अपने को नेचर चाहिए. ऑल ऑफ यू हैव सेड कि पीपल रिक्वायर नेचर. सो व्हाट केयर वी आर टेकिंग टू सेव नेचर? Are we doing anything? Yes or no? Yes or no? Specifically हम कुछ करते हैं कि आज स्पेशली किया टू टेक केयर ऑफ नेचर? कितने लोग करते हैं? What you are doing? That is good thing. So if we don't take care of nature, the people will be no more. A lot of animals have become extinct. Dinosaur तो रहे ही नहीं है, but we are seeing now lot of species of tigers and lot of birds have become extinct. अभी नहीं है वो. So if we don't take care of nature, maybe our future generation over a period of some years will be no more. And this is a high time. And this is why the taking care of nature is must and required. And that is what and this is why the concept of ESG has come in. What is ESG? Full form of ESG, anyone? Environment, social and governance. Environment, social and governance. So in 2000, 2 years back, 2020, at COP26, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has said that by 2070, the India to become carbon neutral. What is carbon neutral? Yes, anyone? carbon neutral means net zero. So whatever carbon dioxide is producing, that should be offset by the oxygen and it should be net zero. So by 20, the India has signed the Paris an agreement with all other countries. By 2070, that should be the India will become the carbon neutral, and for that by 2030 the Panchamrut should be followed. So if you see that video, COP26. So 15 minutes video on this by Modi ji is excellent video. You'll understand lot of things on this. So for that, lot of things have started and then percolated down, and lot of regulations have been made, and which reporting requirements are there, assurance requirements are there, and that is why it has become, the opportunity has come to chartered accountants. So if your products are sustainable, lot of things are going to happen, and now the government wants that your product should be sustainable. So जब तक वो regulation नहीं आता है, plastic bags तो चल ही रही थी, and when the penalty has started, the people have stopped using the plastic bags. So we'll see what regulations have come and what are the opportunities for the chartered accountants by this. So these are the certain surveys. I will little bit run through and make it crisp and wind up maybe by 12 o'clock. Let us ensure in next 20 minutes or so we'll wind up the session also. So these are certain surveys where the stakeholders, the investor have said that sustainability is required. अभी तो हम financial reporting करते हैं. We have the specific formats, profit and loss or balance sheet, the statement of profit and loss, right? But now this is a non-financial reporting, and which is also mandatory for certain level of companies. So here, if we see the environment, so what are the benefits of integrating sustainability in the business? So it will achieve a sustainable economy, and it will live within the environmental limits, and ensuring the strong, healthy and just society, and promoting good governance. So stakeholders, who are the stakeholders for any company? Who are the stakeholders? Yes, can you give 5 stakeholders? 5 type of stakeholders? Shareholders, employees, government, regulators, public at large, and one more, vendors, suppliers. These all are the stakeholders related to the any companies, right? So if the company is having good governance and following the sustainability, it will have a better competitive advantage, the future ready, the risk management is good, access to the international funding, markets and the listings, cost will reduce over a period of time. So now a lot of companies have started solar, right? That are the renewable energy. What are the sources of renewable energy? Like solar plant or chiller plant or through water and all. So in the beginning, installation of the plant will take little more cost, but in future, the cost is going to reduce. So reduced cost. Better positioning to respond to local and the global regulatory compliance. It is mandatory compliance is requirement, so it will be able to fulfill. It will enhance the stakeholders' engagement, trust, and reduce the possibility of conflict. So the stakeholders and the shareholders will have more trust and the confidence in those companies if the companies are good governance, right? All compliances are done. We also feel it is a good company. And retain and attract employees. Employees also will get retained. Contribution, nowadays we are finding a lot of attrition rate. एम्प्लॉयज़ तो क्या हर 6 महीने 1 साल में नया जॉब ढूंढ रहे हैं. So if the company is good, the social part is taken care, taking care of the employees. So inclusive growth is happening for all and contribution to the sustainable development. So environment, social and governance. So environment are the natural resources. So the right, and we'll see in the next slide how we will get the opportunities in environment, then social, customers, the employees and the communities, and the governance. So the business integrity, the corporate governance, the compliances and the transparencies and ethical business practices. We are more or less into the compliance part, taking care of part of the compliances at present for our clients. So what does the ESG mean for any organization? It is a commitment to the accountability at the highest level to reduce the environment footprint, fulfill social responsibilities and the strong business growth. So what at the institute we do? We see what are the disclosure requirements given by SEBI is the regulator over here. Ministry of Corporate Affairs is a regulator over here. And we promote, we do lot of work, we actually collaborate. We have done back testing of sustainability report, BRSR for SEBI. On that basis, they have also come out with the assurance related KPIs and all those things we do with SEBI, MCA. And we support and prepare and also implement all those things which are given by the regulators and assurance. We have also published sustainability standards 3400, 3410. We are coming out with various publications, social audit standards, social audit framework, and we also do the capacity building of our members by organizing certificate course on BRSR or training courses for social audit and lot of other things. And so that the corporates are able to do this sustainability reporting, which will enhance the shareholders' trust, confidence, and the experience. So if we see when this sustainability has come, so it has started long back from 2012. Earlier it was mandatory for 100 companies, then 500 companies. First it was started by MCA, then BSE also has made. But from 1/4/22 it is mandatory for top 1000 listed companies. But हम लोग को तो क्वेश्चन है, हम तो listed companies का audit नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो why this opportunity come to us? So I'll tell you friends, so it is for BRSR reporting for top 1000 listed companies from 1st April 2022. But what happens from 23, the assurances started, and from now next year onwards, it is mandatory for them that 75% of their value chain, their supply chain is also ESG compliant. Means their vendors, their suppliers should also have to have this ESG mandatory. And because for what purpose? So now, so their vendors are also SMEs, their vendors are also listed companies who are not top 1000 listed companies, and where we come into picture, and those are our clients. So if we understand sustainability, we have to ensure that our clients who are supplying their products to the large listed companies and others also are sustainability compliance, ESG compliant, and we have, for that reason, we should understand what is all about this ESG. So now this is mandatory, the assurance is mandatory for top 1000 listed companies and glide path method from 1/4/23. So again, every company, again CSR section 135 of Companies as Act is also mandatory. So these are both are like aligned, and because of that lot of benefits come to the society as a whole. So now if we see what are the reporting requirements, so there are 142 clauses under which the reports are to be prepared, and these are based on these 9 principles. In this there are 2 types of indicators, essential and leadership. Essential indicators are mandatory, whereas leadership are voluntary. However, a lot of companies are doing both, complying both the indicators. So these are principles are based on ethics, sustainable life cycles, employees, stakeholders, human rights, environment, public policy, social development and consumers. So these are the questionnaire. So in the format, the questionnaire, for example, is a principle on ethics. So whether the company has the policies, following the code of ethics and all those type of questions are there. So 6 questions in essential indicators and 5 questions in leadership. So 11 questions on ethics which the company has to respond, and we have the opportunity to support the companies to form the policies and respond those questions. So we have also developed sustainability reporting maturity model. So ये क्या हो रहा है? सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग मैच्योरिटी मॉडल. सो जो कंपनी ने आप एनुअल रिपोर्ट आप लोग देखते हैं, यस और नो? तो इसमें हर एक में अभी टॉप 1000 लिस्टेड कंपनी में सस्टेनेबिलिटी BRSR इट इज़ कॉल्ड बिजनेस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्ट इज़ मैंडेटरी. हर एक में अराउंड 50 पेजेस का वो रिपोर्ट है. सो यू कैन गो थ्रू दैट. और उसमें जो नंबर्स है, अगर ये हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग मैच्योरिटी मॉडल में डालेंगे तो अपने को मालूम पड़ जाएगा कि वो कंपनी कितनी ESG कंप्लायंट है. सो दैट इज मॉडल इज़ फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल ऑन द वेबसाइट of the institute. We have developed that model. So these are the reporting format. I am not going into that. Principle wise reporting formats. This is the model. So now the next part we come is a social stock exchange. Have you heard about the social stock exchange? Yes or no? How many of you are aware? So what is social stock exchange? Yes. Huh? Correct, sir. Charitable. So we have 2 exchanges in India. Which are 2 exchanges? National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange. So while SEBI circular, a new exchange has been, like a new arm has been added. It is called Social Stock Exchange. So I am not going through the slides. I am just explaining in broadly. So what is this social stock exchange are doing? Their registration, for example, now Dinesh Bhai is there, and Dinesh Bhai has come to his friend's house on Sunday morning, and he asked, I am the trustee in one trust. वो बहुत अच्छा एजुकेशन का काम कर रहा है, और around 500 students are there, and वो ट्रस्ट को चलाने के लिए we take the donations, and graduating एक बच्चे को 1 साल पढ़ाने का cost is 25,000, and if you can give me donation. So now that friend has said कि नहीं, Dinesh Bhai is doing really good work, and वो अच्छा काम करते हैं, because his friend he knows he will give कि ठीक है, I'll give you 50,000 donation, you take 2 children so that they 1 year का उनका आप donation ले लीजिए. Because why he got the donation? Because that friend knew him कि वो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, and that's why he. ऐसे हम लोग donation किसको देते हैं? हम जिसको जानते हैं कि नहीं, अगर इसको पैसा हम देंगे तो अपना पैसा actual जिसके लिए हमने दिया है उसके लिए use होगा. And that is all our Indian culture and the mentality कि हमको किसी को support करना चाहिए, donate करना चाहिए community के लिए, and we give. However, at present the trust documents, the financials are not in public domain, nowhere in the public domain. So with this, so now वो इतना अच्छा trust activity कर रहे हैं दिनेश भाई, but वो तो उनका vicinity क्या है, वो 5, 25, 50, 100 लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, but they are not able to go out and get the fund. They are not able to do. But with this, now if their performance is good, they will be able to get it registered. If they wish, the listing can be done, and they will be able to raise. अभी listed company है तो वो public से पैसा लेती है. So यहाँ पे भी the concept is like that कि charitable trust or Section 8 company or the cooperative societies who have their objective as 16 thematic areas which will see what are the 16 thematic areas, will be able to actually raise the funds from the public at large. वो कैसे लेंगे, that we will see. So in 2019 budget, our honorable finance minister in her speech has said that the India should have a social stock exchange, and after that one committee has been formed. However, due to COVID, nothing much has happened, and then last year a lot of things have happened, and I was witness and to be part of that and contributed a lot for this cause. So this committee and SEBI, we were interacting with SEBI, and the concept of the social stock exchange and the social audit has been started. So we have framed the code of ethics for social audit, and we have the SEBI has said to frame the social audit standards. So we have visited various NGOs, large NGOs, what they are doing, how they are doing, and because we had to frame these social audit standards, and then we form one committee taking the experts in the social sector, and work has been started. It took about 1 month to form. We have done various outreach meeting with various NGOs to take their feedback, various branches, various committees, and we taken the inputs. The exposure draft was released, and this social audit standards and framework has been published. So this is how last year we have published this social audit standards. And SEBI in their circular has said that a social audit SRO, so this social regulatory organization should be formed, and it should be done by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or any other agency. So here, when we formed all these things, lot of efforts. So SEBI asked what you want. So we said we do not want any monetary part of it. Only recognition is required, and that is how our name in their circular has come in SEBI notification. Or any other agency, if they want to have this SRO, they have to take the permission from SEBI, but our name they have mentioned. And this is how we got the recognition from SEBI also. And we immediately formed this Institute of Social Auditors of India, which is 100% subsidiary of ICAI, and I am happy to share with all of you that ISAI has a headquarters at Mumbai. It's the first time at Mumbai having the headquarters of ICAI. Otherwise, everything is at Delhi. So this is how the things are happening. And at present, how to become the social auditor. So NISM has the exam. SEBI has said that NISM will conduct the exam, and once a chartered accountant passes this exam, which is conducted by NISM, they become the social auditor, and they have to register with ISAI. We have about 470 social auditor at present registered with ISAI. So this is how, and I am also part of it. We have framed the various formats. We'll see to it what all we have done. So this is the brief I have given. So these are the 16 thematic areas in which any charitable trust or cooperative society or Section 8 company is there, they can form they can register on social stock exchange. So if their objective is, say, eradicating hunger, poverty, malnutrition, inequality, or promoting education, employability, livelihoods, so like that, protection of national heritage, art, culture, or something like promotion of athletics or national sports, and like that, supporting incubators of social enterprises. I'm not going through each and every item, but आपका अगर NGO or a non-profit organization either of this activity में है, तो आपका NPO register. So we are either as a trustee or as a treasurer or office bearer of trust, various trust. we can always convey them to register on social stock exchange if they are informing part of any of this activity. So now, what are the criteria? So they should be 3 years old. The trust should be 3 years old, and in the last year they should have at least received 10 lakhs of donation, and then they should have at least spent 50 lakhs of donation amount, 50 lakhs of amount for the benefit of this underprivileged children, and 2/3 of their activities should be for underprivileged people, either by way of say market audience, their customers, or by their income or expenditure. So they will be eligible to register on this social stock exchange. They should have a valid PAN, that all KYC, and should be registered with ATG on Section 12AA of Income Tax Act. The primary goals are social intent and social impact, and all these things. Who are ineligible? So corporate foundations, political and religious organizations, professional or trade association, or infra and housing companies except affordable housing are not eligible to register. अभी आपने रजिस्टर तो कर दिया, मेन पर्पस क्या है? पैसा लेना है, पब्लिक से पैसा लेना है. सो हाउ टू रेज मनी? तो जब भी कंपनीज लिस्टिंग होती है, कंपनीज की लिस्टिंग होती है, सो दे इशू द शेयर्स, दे इशू द डिबेंचर्स, राइट? सो हियर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? सो देर आर वेरियस वेज इन विच दिस सोशल एंटरप्राइजेस, the non-profit organizations can raise the funds, and this is, one is through ZCZP instruments. It is called zero coupon, zero principal instruments, and they can issue that. So minimum size is 50 lakhs, minimum qualifying amount is 75%, and 10,000 is the minimum per issue price one can donate, and these are as good as donations, and then they don't have the returns. So they are not freely tradable. So it is as good as donations. So there is a social return. There are no financial returns to this ZCZP instrument. The life of the instrument can be either 1 year or less or more as per the project of the charitable trust. And the other way is like donation through, now they are also coming out with like mutual fund schemes, social venture funds, and also various other ways and the means, the bonds, social impact bonds, social venture funds. So all these things are pipeline, and we are also part of designing the entire listing structure, that what all we have supported to the exchanges also. So that they have taken all the guidance from us. We have formed the committee for this formation of the documentation of the listing purpose. So एक बार register हो गया. At present 40 plus NPOs have already registered on BSE as well as on NSE also, and the listing, first listing has recently been done, some 15 days back only the listing has been done. So there is also another concept of for-profit. We have seen NPO, non-profit organization, for-profit enterprises, and they will be able to issue the shares and securities, and that will be freely tradable in the market. So these are what are the requirements for listing. I am not going into that. So these are the social audit standards. We have done comparison with social development goals, 17 SDG, UN SDGs, and I am happy to share with all of you that recently we have got an award from ISAR, that is United Nations Award, as a best sustainability reporting standard board, and these are from, there were 70 countries who have participated, and we as a ICI Sustainability Board has got the Best Sustainability Board Award, and on 17th October we received this award at Abu Dhabi, and it was a pride and privilege for Institute to receive this award. So these are certain things I thought let me share with all of you what we are doing at ICAI Sustainability Board, the Women Committee, Women and Young Members Excellence Committee. We are doing a lot of things. I'm not going into that, but this will be useful and lot of opportunities in this area also. If you have any question, we can discuss or discuss out, or you can also reach out to me at any point of time. And again, recently in our last council meeting, we have also decided that about CPE mandatory requirements. And friends, at present no action was being taken for the members who were not complying the CPE requirements, but as per the decision taken in the council, now it is mandatory, and if member is not doing or the require 120 hours or 60 hours of structured CP in the block of 3 years, and then the action will be taken on that. So now those requirements are becoming more and more stringent. So because see, we are a lot of upgradation of knowledge, lot of new things are coming up, and that upgradation is required. And we do actual upgradation, we have kept all the topics like that. Like Dinesh will taking us through Chat GPT, how to use actually Chat GPT. So lot of our regular work will be done, taken care by this technology. And all the topics we have kept, like the new avenues in the practice. So the bank audits or the typical audits. So maybe with the technology, the scenario is changing. So please ensure that we are upgrading ourselves, updating the new things, so that we can go with the flow. With these words, I wish all of you the best for 2 days of this members conference, and I am sure this will add a lot of value to your knowledge. If any support required from my side as a council member, please feel free to connect either directly to me or through the branch. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a powerful words of yours on social audits and enlightening us with a new topic that we can excel into. With this, I request Daya madam to please present formal vote of thanks. Before that, I request our chairman sir and our vice chairman sir to please present memento as token of appreciation to Preeti Savla ma'am, CCM. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to have CA conference.
And again, we have also devised a very beautiful kit. So that will, I think, coming tomorrow, no? So please take that wonderful bag also.
That calls for huge
That is also sustainable. So we have ensured that everything is sustainable.
So with the continuity of the sustainability, I, Daya Bansal, Secretary of the VASAI branch, feel very privileged to be able to present here on this auspicious season and be asked to deliver a word of thanks on behalf of our branch. A today's seminar on the sustainability and the opportunities in the BRSR and social auditor, social stock exchange with the leader, Priti Savla ma'am. As we all know that saying thank you is the respectful way to show the appreciation towards a member. But these words would be laced for our today's speaker Priti Savla ma'am, CCM, and is specially present here to deliver a talk about sustainability and social audit and its uses. Her talk not only gave us a knowledge about sustainability, but also taught us how to think like an expert. A true speaker uses their knowledge in the development of the members, which we could clearly understand from her lecture. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking your time and teaching us new things. Thank you.
Members, please be seated. We shall begin with our next session. I request Ritu ma'am to please escort the members who are outside to be in the room.
इसमें ऑडियो है ऑडियो है क्या इसमें वीडियो कोई आएगा ऑडियो आएगा सच्ची से बीच में हेडफोन जैक जैक हेडफोन के लिए ऑडियो आएगा ना
F5 में चालू हो जाएगा ना
हाँ करूँ
इसमें अलग होगा
फंक्शन होगा
फंक्शन है
हाँ
FN F5
डबल क्लिक से भी होता है ना नहीं अभी इतने बड़े नहीं होगा
वही बोला ना आदत नहीं है हमको
I request all the dignitaries to be pleased on the dais. I request our committee members to please escort our speaker sir on the dais. मैम वो दूसरे वाले पेन ड्राइव किधर है? यस मैम ये सुनो अशोक पहले वाला लैपटॉप में पेन ड्राइव था मैम ओके मैम दिस वन अशोक कैन यू प्लीज
दे मैंने निकाल दी
हाँ वही पेन ड्राइव ये इसका पॉइंटर का ठीक
Good afternoon, all. We are beginning with our next session, that is leveraging AI technology tools for CA practice. We have a very renowned and famous tax advisory technologist at ENY, CA Dinesh Tejwani, sir. Please welcome him with huge round of applause. To welcome sir with flower bouquet, I request our past chairman sir Pramod Amankar and vice president Arun sir to please welcome him. Also Preeti Savla ma'am. Thank you so much sir for accepting our invitation and being here with us to share your expertise on the subject. Now, may I now request CA Puneet Soni ji to please formally introduce our speaker, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. CA Dinesh Tejwani is a rank order chartered accountant and a successful information technology entrepreneur with a decade of four decades experience. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing and building more than 15 ventures in his career, with two of his business being acquired by multinational corporations in past. Currently, he is working as an advisor tax consult technology with E&Y. He is also an active mentor to startup, sharing his knowledge and experience with next generation of entrepreneurs. He has contributed to 3 WRC publications. The latest one is AI Navigating the New Frontier for Chartered Accountants, which was launched on 16 December at WIRC Regional Conference. He is a part of Digital Reengineering and Transformation Committee of WIRC and chairperson of IT Connect Committee at Chamber of Tax Consultants. Over to you, Sheetal.
Thank you, Puneet ji. Sir, you may take the charge. Thank you.
प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ रखे थे
मेरे को माउस भी था है मैं यहाँ पे
प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करिए वही था पोडियम बंद कर
Just a small announcement to all the members. 1:30 p.m. President sir will be addressing our audience live. So requesting all to please be present at 1:30 p.m. just before the lunch. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Central Council member CA Preeti Savla, Regional Council members, Chairman of VASAI branch of WIRC and team members, and my professional brothers and sisters. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to this two-day members conference. When I was sitting here, I saw this board down which says, proud to be a CA. And this really, is a true statement. I've seen the way CA profession is adapting and progressing. So whenever there is a change, we are the first to adapt. And technology is one area which is changing very fast. And we are adapting and we need to adapt. So we had a very insightful session on ESG. While Preeti Ben talked about the sustainability of the environment, the topic which I am covering, artificial intelligence, is also as critical because there are discussions going on around the world that this may impact the humanity. So while ESG was about planet sustainability, AI is a tool, okay, it can be used to positive aspects, but then if it goes wrong, it may pose a threat to the humanity. So anyhow, as far as today's session is concerned, I'll try to make it live and interesting. I'll show a lot of practical examples. So I'll be shuttling between some fundamentals, discussing some fundamentals, and showing you live use cases which you can start using in your day-to-day practice. So I think we all started hearing this word AI only after November 2022, right? What happened in November 2022? ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT happened and then it came to our laptops and it came to our mobile and we were amazed, right? So do you think this is a new technology? So when we were doing the research for the book which WRC is publishing, and of course I had three renowned co-authors with me. So we realized that this is something which was coined in the year 1956. The first time artificial intelligence was spoken at a science forum was in 1956. From there on, the development started happening. There were periods when there was good development. There was a period called AI winter when there was no development. But from 2010 onwards, there has been a rapid development. And with the launch of ChatGPT, it just exploded on the scene, right? So last full year 2020 through 23, this word was on everybody's, thoughts. So we'll start with this is how I'm going to cover in next 60 minutes or so. I'll talk about introduction to AI, what are the large language models. Then three main features of LLM, which is querying, summarization, text generation. Then importance of the well-crafted prompt. After that, we'll take a break and go and show some practical examples. After that, we'll come to some tools, because we all know only ChatGPT, but there are other tools also. So we'll just briefly discuss those other tools, and then we'll come to the second part, which is how various products and solutions are appearing on the horizon, especially in the tax and accounting domain. And then we'll come to the second part of use cases for chartered accountant. Now, before I start, I want a raise of hands as to who all are using ChatGPT. Okay, I think it's about 40%, right? Not more than that. Now, the next question is, who's using the paid version of ChatGPT? Okay, so there's something for you in the presentation. So just to begin, those who have not used ChatGPT at all, I think after this session, please start, have a look at it. And when you see the live examples, you know that what you are missing. Okay, so this is a definition of artificial intelligence. It's a branch of computer science, right? Which focuses on creating machines capable of performing tasks that typically requires human intelligence. So whatever a human can do, the science is looking at the ways in which a computer should also be able to do that, right? So that is AI for us. But AI has got various models. One model which is very relevant to us and which is ChatGPT is all about is LLM. So LLM is a large language model, So I believe this is a term which you'll keep hearing, LLMs. So what LLM does is, it communicates with you in natural language, So you can chat with the LLM the way you chat with another human being, right? So when I was talking to sir, he was talking about, when he passed CA, so we were chatting with each other. And then we continued the conversation. So when we continued the conversation, the context was same, right? We were talking about when we pass CA, how CA has progressed over the years, right? The same thing happens with LLM. It remembers the context. So when you ask one question and it gives you the answer, you ask the next question, it will remember that what was the context. Okay. So LLMs are primarily text-based. They have their inbuilt database, which is all text. So you interact with LLM via text. You type something and you get the answer, right? But during 1 year, a lot of progress has happened. And now what has happened is, it is able to communicate through voice also. Now, how it communicates with voice is very simple. It actually converts your voice to text. And then it happens so fast. So if you have a ChatGPT app, there is a voice mode also. So instead of typing, you can just speak the query and it will speak back. So from text, it moved on to voice. And from voice, it moved on to image recognition. So you can upload an image and then ask a question about that. From there, the progress happened and you can upload a file. You can upload a PDF file, you can upload an Excel file, and you can ask question about that. So LM has progressed dramatically in last 1 year. And 2024 will see more such developments. We will see now what are the main capabilities of any LLM. Okay. So one is generate text. So when you say generate text, when you are asking any query and it is giving an answer, it is generating text. Correct? It is typing something back. So querying is one thing. The way earlier people used to use Google for any query, now they use ChatGPT to ask a query. What is the main difference? When you ask a query on Google, what you get is a list of 10,000 websites which may contain your answer. Then what you have to do? You have to go to first link, second link, third link and see whether you get the answer or not. Right? But in LLM, you directly get the answer. Okay, so it has generated a text which it found relevant and it gave you the answer. Okay, so people were amazed that this is amazing. Why should I go to Google? I'll go to ChatGPT and I'll get my answer directly, right? But there were limitations. This is a new branch. It is still learning. It is evolving. So it started giving wrong answers. Then people lost faith. They say ChatGPT is not good. Let me go back to Google, right? So now a midway path has been adopted. So there are apps like Bing AI. You know Bing by Microsoft? Anyone uses Bing? Yeah, few people. Because after the Google came, people forgot about Bing. Bing was also a search engine. So Bing has now, because Microsoft has invested into the company OpenAI, which has created ChatGPT. So all Microsoft applications are integrated with OpenAI. So in Bing AI, when you ask a query, it not only gives you a direct answer, it also tells you the source or the citation. So you can go and verify that, okay, this answer has come from source, some source. Somebody's written an article, so it is produced, or this answer has come from Wikipedia, correct? So this is text generation. The next is classified text. Now classified text is when you have got very vast amount of data. You want to classify it. A typical example will be when you go to Amazon, you buy something, what you do is you read the reviews always, correct? Now the reviews will be like from 200 to 10,000. Now you'll not read all, correct? You'll read a few and then you'll decide whether to buy or not. But from the perspective of the product manufacturer or trader, every review is important. Okay. Now can he have someone read all 10,000 reviews and then classify that what is the major classification? Unhappy, happy, problem, defect, right? This is a capability of LLM. You give LLM a vast amount of data and then you tell now classify how many reviews are positive, how many are negative, how many are pointing to defects, how many are pointing to good features, something like that. So it can classify data. Now we'll see use case practically for us also, how classification of data works for us. The third is summarized text, and this is something which we all need very badly, right? Because whenever there is a notification, or there's an article, I'll give you a simple example. The Income Tax Department every year releases a guidance note on tedious deduction on salaries, right? Can you tell me how many pages it run into? More than 100, 200, right? So how do I reach what I'm searching for? Supposing I want to search only for HRA, what is mentioned about HRA exemption calculation. I'll have to search or say Control F and then reach. So no need now. LLMs can summarize a very large text in a way you want. So you can say that give me summary in 100 words, it will give you in 100 words. If you say give me summary in 10 bullet points, it will give you in 10 bullet points. So summarization is a very powerful feature of any LLM. Okay. Now, at this stage, we should go live, right? We should see some practical examples. Yeah. So I hope it's visible. The people at the last, are you able to see this screen? You may not be able to, read the full text, but I think that's the limitation. So this is ChatGPT, and you ask any query and it responds, right? It generates the response immediately. So just to give you an example, I'll write okay. Tell me about VASAI branch of WIRC. Let us see. Oh, Wi-Fi is gone. Air fiber? Yes. Air fiber, no? I need the password again, please.
Expression.
Expression, yeah.
S capital.
Samarth.
Samarth, na?
हाँ, S capital बाकी सब small.
Yes.
V03.
So password.
हाँ, सेव किया मैंने.
हो गया correct?
हो गया. Okay, this is a very simple query. Now, if you see, it is directly going to Bing. So earlier when last year ChatGPT was launched, it had its own database, right? They had collated database from Wikipedia and thousands of other articles on the internet, right? But that information was limited. That database was updated up to September 2021. Okay, can you read this? Is this a correct description? It's located at Maxus Mall, B Wing. The current office bearers for the year are CA Amit Bharat. Is this the right name or wrong name? Okay. Correct. Okay, CA Bansal Daya Amit and Secretary CA Purohit Sri Krishna. So it has given me, decent information, right? Now I can ask a follow-up question. Okay, say, let us see, it may or may not give answer. What is the latest members conference being organized? So I think if it's able to give you Avira, pass. If not, then fine. No. So it has given information about the regional conference, right? So I wanted to show you. And if you look here at the bottom, ChatGPT can make mistakes. Okay, so this is a live example. It can make mistakes, so always verify your answer. Right. Now we come to use cases for our day-to-day work. Correct. So while it is not very good at retrieving information, like this information was retrieved incorrectly, but the first information was retrieved correctly. But when you come to generation, it is very good. Okay. So in day-to-day, what we have to do is we have to draft emails, we have to draft reply to notices, we have to draft agreements, right? All those things can be very easily assisted. I use the word assisted, not done. It will be assisted by ChatGPT. You need to verify that. Okay. So what I've done is, so these are called prompt, the query that you give to ChatGPT. So in technical term, it's called a prompt. All right. So I think when I go to various seminars, I think the maximum problem people say is that clients don't pay. Correct. So the fees is pending for 1 year, 2 years. So why not ask ChatGPT to draft an email? So write a polite email on behalf of a partner or CA firm to client name, Messrs. Delayed Payment Company. Okay. So it has drafted a nice mail. I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing to remind you of outstanding payment of 25,000 for return filing services we provide you. As a valued customer, we understand that sometimes oversight happens. So very nice, gentle email it is drafted. You can just copy paste. If you want to edit, you can edit, or you can send it. Okay. Now I'll show you. It remembers the context. Okay. So the context is writing an email. I'll say, make it a bit harsh. Okay, suddenly the tone is changed now. Okay, despite repeated reminders, we have not received this payment. This delay is affecting our accounting and financial planning. We request you to treat this matter with urgency and settle the outstanding amount to avoid any further action from our end. Okay, so the tone suddenly changed. Okay, let us now say, make it threatening. Now this is a safety built into ChatGPT. Okay, it will not give you any answer which is illegal. Okay, you cannot ask that, tell me how do I cheat government on taxes. It will say no, sorry. Okay, or something which is not ethical. So this is the basic safeguard which the developers of ChatGPT have built into the application. Okay, but now the concern is this technology is growing very fast, because once it is out, the scientists understood how to create a new LLM. So if it goes into wrong hands, and in those wrong hands they develop an LLM which has got no safeguards, you can start questions about unethical questions and it will give answers. So that is the worry which the whole world is having. So there was an experiment recently, and one scientist, it asked all the LLMs, okay, give me ideas to kill the humanity. In what way I can kill all the humans on the planet, So none of the LLMs gave the answer. I mean, so currently all the LLMs have the safety net built into it. Okay. So this is as far as your simple use case of writing an email. Okay. Now we'll go to a more formal thing. So you get a notice, right? I'll take a simple example that you get a notice from professional tax officer saying that you're not paid the tax for the financial year 2023, but you have paid, correct? So you will say that I have paid. Okay, now it is not drafted. What it is doing is, it is giving you various steps to write an email. Okay, then it has drafted the email also. See, so it not only does the work, it explains how it is doing. Okay, so see, this is a date. You can just copy paste into Word and then send it, right? I'm writing response to the notice date. Please find the proof as payment, including a copy. I kindly request to review the attached document. And so proper. So whenever there is a notice or a legal document, you want the first draft. Again, I say this is not a final draft. The first draft will always can come from ChatGPT or any other tool. Okay. So I was part of one of the recent seminar where another speaker, he was speaking about use cases of AI. So this speaker was from a mid-sized CA firm. They had about 110 employees, correct? And they had this problem of non-payment or delayed payment by clients, right? And also about the increase in fees. These are the two concerns, right? So how they solve this problem, I share with you. So first of all, they have an employee whose job is only to call everyone. Sir, aapka payment baki hai. Kab kar rahe ho? Kar do. Like that. So because the work is so unpleasant, people used to not respond or complain to the partner that this your employee is very rude. She is calling up again and again for payment reminder. Okay. So then they changed the tone. They said, okay, ask ChatGPT how to communicate verbally in a humble way, asking for the reminder. Give me the script. And also tell the client about the new services that you are offering. So they changed the tone. So now rather than emphasizing only on the payment, she will say that, sir, एक payment रह गया होगा, आप जरा check कर लो. और हमने एक नई सर्विस चालू की है, डैशबोर्ड्स की. तो अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट है तो मैं टीम के साथ आपको कनेक्ट करा देती हूँ. So by doing this, of course their payments improved, but then they got new clients for the new services. Okay. So ChatGPT helped, right? Then another very funny incident, another person narrated. So you're the young chap young CA using ChatGPT decently in the organization. So he thought now April is coming, new financial year, and I should increase the fees for all my clients. So I asked ChatGPT to draft a nice email that please increase the fees by 10% for the following reasons. So it was a very decent email, nicely written, and he sent it to all clients. And to his surprise, almost 40% said yes without even, any conversation or argument, Okay. But then he had a client who was a techie, a technology company, again run by a, so he went to ChatGPT and he asked ChatGPT to write why he cannot pay the increased fees, So he drafted that and he sent it back to him, said that I cannot pay, I'm a startup, I'm still burning money, So people are making uses, wherever they can. Okay, I think this is very interesting again. This is use case when you draft agreements, right? We always, clients come to us for drafting agreements. So, see just 2 lines. Draft a partnership deed as per Indian Partnership Act 1932 between Ashok and Ramesh for Messrs. Air Enterprise with sharing ratio of 75-25. Okay. Now I'll go to new chat and I'll give this prompt. Can you all see? Is this a good draft? All the clauses are coming, the description of each clause, and all the common terms that we generally want have already come. Okay, so your preliminary job, see what we do is otherwise we have a previous partnership agreement, we copy that and then we try and make changes. उसमें क्या होता है कुछ ना कुछ रह जाता है, right? Unless you check it very thoroughly, कोई पुराना clause उसमें copy हो जाता है. So instead of doing that, you can do this. Right. Now again, it remembers the context, correct? So, if you want to change any clause, okay, you don't have to, you just say, okay, change sharing ratio to 50-50. Maybe after discussion, client says, isko badal do, 50-50 kar do. So just one line and it has redrafted the whole agreement with the change in the clause. See, 50-50. Okay. Isn't it amazing? People who have not seen ChatGPT, do you find it amazing? Thank you. Okay, similarly, this is another example. We need to write a lot of board resolutions. Okay, I mean, although as a CA firm, we all do a little bit of secretarial work also, right? So you can ask ChatGPT to draft a board resolution. You see the speed, I mean, instantly it is doing it, correct? Now, let me tell you how it is doing it. If you really see the technology behind it, you will be amazed. So, ChatGPT has got 175 billion parameters within its database, okay? And the algorithm that it is using is that if there is one word, what word will follow it with the highest precision? So that's the only technology. So if the first word is further, then the next word will be resolved. Okay, resolved has got highest probability. So it will write resolved. Okay, I'll give you a very simple example. If you write twinkle, twinkle, what will be the next words? Little star, right? We all know little star. So within the database, it will find that little star has got the highest probability. Okay, large star has got no probability. So it will write twinkle, twinkle, little star. So that's very simple technology, but then, giving very amazing results. Okay. So now I'll tell you about the risk of this kind of generation. So when ChatGPT came in November, so sometimes in May, June, one attorney in New York, his name is Steven Schwartz. So he was middle-aged person. So his son was a college student. So he told me, hey dad, ChatGPT, why not you use it? You draft so many depositions for the court, spend so much time. Let ChatGPT do it. So there was a case, and he asked ChatGPT to draft the deposition. Okay, and it says give some case laws also to support his argument. So it drafted a very nice reply with 10, 12 case laws also. Okay, and without checking, he submitted it. Now, when the judge looked at the case laws, he did not find any case law. Any. Not a single case law even existed. Okay. So it generated some dummy case laws. Okay. So that's called hallucination. So when LLM starts giving wrong answers, the technical term is called hallucination. Okay. Now hallucination is a risk which is being mitigated. Okay. So you can ask that please verify that the case exists in AIR or in Taxman before reporting. So that is a safeguard. So people are learning. So one thing is very clear: you can't rely on whatever output LLM has given. You have to verify. So this person learned it a very hard way, because then he was reprimanded. His license was suspended for a few months. So he learned it very hard way. Grammar correction, very simple, I need not tell you. See, sometimes what happens is we write something and we feel that language is not appropriate. So you can just write whatever rough draft you have, and you ask ChatGPT to paraphrase it or write it nicely. It does it. No spelling error, first class English, right? People will be amazed. Wow, kya likha hai? So I was just thinking, like for any job description, when we ask skills of a person, one term which was always used was excellent written and spoken English, correct? That was a requirement for most of the jobs. But now with this, the requirement for written English is no longer required. Anyone can write very good English, even if it is not his first language, right? So, okay. Now let me take you back to my presentation. This is prompt. So whatever query I was giving is called a prompt. This is a skill which now everyone has to learn. If you want proper response, if you want incorrect response, you have to write your prompt in a manner that LLM understands. So there are many, a lot of material on how to write a prompt. You can read that. But these are 4 things. One is write detailed and clear query. Okay. If you write incomplete query, you get an incomplete answer. So you have to write query as clearly as possible. Second is ask to adopt a persona. So you can say that you are a tax expert, and now draft a response to notice. So the language which will be used will be something which is used by tax experts. So it will adopt persona of a tax expert, right? So you can, let's say if you want some opinion, okay, you can say, you are my psychiatrist. I am facing this issue. Okay, please suggest me what should I do. So it will respond as if ChatGPT is your psychiatrist. Use delimiter to clearly indicate part of input. Now many times what happens is, and now I'll show in the coming section, we want to give some input to the ChatGPT and then ask a query. Now if you ask the query and immediately paste your input, it will get confused that where is the query, where is the input. So you have to very clearly write, read the text given below, delimited with double quotes, and then respond this. So it will understand that whatever is given in double quote is input, and this is the query. Fourth is specify output style. So output style is, an email is a different output, a blog different, an opinion given to a client will have a different style. Okay, a note to be circulated internally for the team members will have different style, correct? If you want something, explain something to a child, the style will be different. So you can say that explain this to a 10-year-old child. So it will do that. Okay, let's try it now. So I'll just go here. We all deal with TDS, right? But how a child will understand what is TDS? So his father says my salary is 50,000, but then I received only 40,000 because 10,000 is TDS. So what a child will understand what is TDS. Okay. So explain TDS on salaries to a 10-year-old child. Okay, now see, it's writing like a story which a 10-year-old person can understand. Imagine you have a piggy bank where you save money from tasks or small jobs you do, like helping the community, etc. In the world of adults, when people work, they earn money, which is like getting coins for your piggy bank. But the government, which is like your really big family, takes care of the whole country, needs money to build road, run school, and provide healthcare. So the government asks everyone who earns money to give a small part back to it. This is called tax. Very simple. So it has got that capability. It's a very, let's say, there's a new, another use case. Whenever there's a change in the law, you want to explain it to your clients. If you explain it the way it is explained here, among CA fraternity, they won't understand. So you write that explain this provision to a business person who's not tax expert. So it will change the language which is understood by business people. Okay. So this is it. So all the time we are talking about ChatGPT, but there are many other tools. And these tools are mainly from all the large technology companies. So ChatGPT is a small company, OpenAI, but Microsoft has invested $10 billion in this company. So it is as good as a Microsoft company, right? Bard is by Google. So Google is struggling. When ChatGPT was launched, Google also, just to compete, launched Bard. Okay, but it failed miserably. On the launch screen, it started giving wrong answers. So they just took it back. They revamped it. They launched it again now. And they say now it is more powerful than ChatGPT. But practically people are not finding it that user-friendly or effective. So I wanted to show you some examples of Bard also. But whenever I tried, I failed. I couldn't do that. So I think it will take some time to stabilize. So one very good use case of Bard is, because it's a Google product, it is integrated with Gmail, Google Drive, Google Maps. So the use case that they give is, you can, supposing you got a query from a client, Okay, Ramesh and company. He said, अरे मैंने query भेजी थी आपने जवाब नहीं दिया. अभी email तो 10,000 पड़े हुए हैं. How to find? किस email से भेजा वो भी मालूम नहीं है. So you can go to Bard and say find Gmail from Ramesh and company sent sometimes during last month in a natural language. So it will search and it will show you that. Then you can say summarize this email for me. So it will give you 2-3 lines summary. Okay. Then, so I tried. I thought, I went to Bard and I say, what is the latest conference being organized by VASAI branch of WIRC? They sent me email invitation. So I couldn't find. So I couldn't show it to you, right? So anyhow, so Bard is, it says now it is more powerful than ChatGPT, but it has to prove. Grok is created by Twitter, now called X. So X has launched an AI called Grok. Then Facebook, Meta, they have launched an AI called Llama 2. So these are the 4 biggies who have launched these AI tools. The other one famous is Perplexity and Claude. Claude is open source. It's open source. Nobody owns it, right? So you will see in 2024 there will be like thousands of LLMs. Okay? In India also, Indian language LLMs are being developed by startups, okay, with active support of government. So government has a project called Bhashini. So Bhashini is to promote Indian languages. So they are investing in AI in Indian languages. Okay, I got 10 more minutes, so I'll try to wrap it up by showing you some more analytical examples. See, right now what I showed you was only text related examples. Very quickly, if you are using ChatGPT, so first of all, please start using ChatGPT. Okay. Then I will suggest go for the paid version. The paid version is $20 per month. It will pay back. There's immediate ROI, because you can give voice input, image input, file input. Okay. Then there are a lot of plugins. Okay. I don't have time to explain plugins or data analytics, so I just touch upon GPTs. GPTs is customized GPT. So ChatGPT has launched a feature where anyone, I think including any one of you who doesn't know coding, who doesn't know technology, can create a customized ChatGPT. Now how customized? You can create a ChatGPT only for GST in India. So in about 2 or 3 hours, if you just read the documentation, you can create this. Now it will only take queries pertaining to GST in India and give response pertaining to GST in India. Okay, so this feature is already launched. Lakhs of people are developing customized GPTs. Okay, and very soon you will see it in the marketplace. So when you go to ChatGPT, it will say, find your customized GPT. So it will be paid or free, whatever, the commercial model they'll decide. But you can always, instead of going to generic GPT, you can go to your customized GPT. Customized GPT for income tax, for GST, for transfer pricing. These are the examples pertaining to our field. There'll be customized GPTs for flight booking. So any query pertaining to flight booking, you can go there. Or for equity shares. So this is already happening. A lot more will happen in the coming years. Okay, now let me take you again to some new examples. Okay. So what I did was, okay. Before that, another unstructured, the text classification I want to show you. So many times what happens is, the client gives us data in PDF format. Okay, bank statement or demat statement, and that we have to enter in accounting software or into return filing software. Now somebody has to type it out. Okay, so no need. This is a PDF. What I do is I just copy this. Simple copy. Okay, and I'll go to ChatGPT and I'll say, read the text below and transform it in following format. I just want 2 columns, okay? So what I want is, let us say company name and value. I don't want anything else. So I write company name and pipe and value. Okay, then I say double quote and double quote. This is a delimited file. You can copy straight away to Excel. Useful? Do you find it useful for your practice? Yes? Good. Okay. Now I'll take another use case and I'll show you example of file upload. So I have, okay, there's an invoice. I have, curtailed it. It's just showing audit, being professional fee for audit under Companies Act, and this is the amount. Okay, I'll upload this. So I'll say, here is my file. Okay, and what I want to know, should I deduct TDS on this invoice? Okay, see the answers. It's saying given the information on the invoice alone, it is not possible to definitively say whether TDS should be deducted without additional context, such as threshold limit for TDS for professional services for the relevant financial year, the status of service provider, whether they are subject to TDS, specific instructions or exceptions that may apply. If you are unsure about the applicability of TDS, it is advisable to consult with your tax professional. Okay, so you should be happy, right? It is redirecting back to the CA. So it has not given the answer. It has given a very generic answer. But the feature which I wanted to show you was that it could actually read this image file. See, this is a JPG file, CA invoice, right? It could actually read, understand what it is, and it is able to respond. Okay, the last example of file upload I'll give is, I think Preeti ma'am also spoke about the new guidelines. Exposure draft for CPRs. Okay, how many pages? 8 pages. Okay, I don't have time to read 8 pages. So what I'll do is I'll upload this file. Okay, and I'll say summarize this in 7 bullet points. Okay. So I've been given time till 1:15. Thank you. Is it because this is interesting or lunch is not ready? Thank you. Sometimes it happens, when the next speaker has not come or lunch is not ready, You get a chit that please आधा घंटा और बोल लो आप. Waiting for President sir to come. Okay. So do you want me to extend till 1:30 then? Okay. ठीक है. So it is like 7 bullet points pulled from that big. So this is very interesting. Now this is a paid feature of ChatGPT. Now what if you do not have paid feature of, or you don't have subscription for ChatGPT? There's a tool called Chat PDF. It's free. Chatpdf.com. You all can use it. You can upload a file and start asking questions or summarization. So in last 1 year, if you see, more than 10,000 tools have come, which are using the APIs of OpenAI. So OpenAI has given this technology to anyone through API. So any technology person or company can create its own application. So there are more than 10,000 applications now. I'll tell you one very good example which I use very frequently. It's called Audio Pen. AUDIOPEN. Audio Pen. Okay, so what it does is, see, generally when we speak about something, our thoughts are incoherent. You know, we think and we speak. Okay, so how do we write it then? So first we have to crystallize our thought and then start writing. No longer now. You go to Audio Pen and you can speak whatever comes to your mind with pauses, you know, with break, and very incoherent. It will understand that voice and convert it into a very structured text, you know. So you all can start using this Audio Pen. It's free. I mean, there's a free model and a paid model, but free model is good enough, you know. So these were the examples. Now let me go back to my presentation. And now, as I mentioned, a lot of products are coming in the market. Okay. And tax and accounting is one area where a lot of funding is happening. So large companies are investing into startups who are developing solutions for tax and accounting. And one area which is very likely to get benefit from artificial intelligence is tax. Because in tax, what happens is there is a huge content to be studied. You know, like we have act, rules, notifications, circulars, and then judgments, right? Today what we do is we have subscriptions for various, you know, tools, Manupatra, Taxman. So we go and try search and find something, you know. But that search is still incomplete, right? Sometimes you get a lot of results which are not relevant. Sometimes you get incorrect result also. So a lot of research and funding is going into this area. So I'll just take you through 6 companies who have already launched their product. They are not in India except one, which is using the power of AI for tax and accounting world. So first is Case Text. Now this is a 10-year-old company, which is, you can say, like Taxman or Manupatra, you know, tax content, tax website, you know. So they were the first to adopt OpenAI, and they collaborated with OpenAI, and they created a solution which they call as Co-Counsel, your digital legal assistant. Okay, and they spent huge money and efforts. So they trained it for 4,000 hours by lawyers. So actual lawyers sat down and, you know, trained the application. After that, they gave it to their existing users free for beta version. So 50,000 people used and gave their feedback. So with that, they perfected it. Now they claim that this will give you either correct result or no result. Okay. So you can be 100% sure that whatever output it has generated is correct. It will give with citations. So you can go back and check the source. Okay. So there are 8 kind of things which it can do. Simple thing is like you can do a tax research on a topic. Like deemed dividend. You want a research paper to be made on deemed dividend. It will make it with all the citations and give it to you. And they claim it will be correct. So it will as good as your intern or your legal assistant. So this company was then acquired by Thomson Reuters for $650 million. So this is the first major acquisition in this area. Okay. Now second, this black ore. Now this company has created a solution for tax return preparation. So all it says is you have the source files, right? You upload all the source files. It will find out which file is relevant and which file is not relevant. It will classify. After that, for each file, it will give you a summary, 2-line summary, that this is the form 16, which contains details of the salary. Okay, so include it. It is ticked, or you can untick it. It will extract all the data from the file. Then it will push it to your tax return screen, and it will calculate the tax. So all you have to do is just review. So nobody to look at each document, type data, decide what to take, not to take. So they claim it will save 90% time for tax return preparation. So that is another major development. The third is very interesting. This is a startup which has created a chat bot, zerotext.ai. Now, any person who has any query pertaining to tax can go there and ask a question. Okay, it will give the answer. But as you know, answer may or may not be correct. So the free version says, this is the answer, it is free. Do you want to get it verified by a tax expert? Then pay $50. So the same answer will go to a human expert who will verify it and say whether it's correct or not, or what is the correct answer. So this is becoming very famous. Todd is for UK. So in UK, the government website, they contain 156 manuals for every topic. I think our website also has, but limited number. So there'll be a manual for capital gains, there'll be a manual for business income, whatever. So there are 156 manuals and they are constantly updated. So whenever there is a new change, they'll update that. So for any person, it is open. You can go to the relevant manual and find your answer on any tax query. But it is too much, 156 manuals. So this person has launched a solution where you just give the query, it will say which manual to look into, find the answer and give it to you. Okay. So this is Todd. Tipsy Tom is an Indian startup, very interesting. So this person is known to me and I invited him to speak at one of the WIRC webinar. So he's a lawyer. He's a transaction lawyer for around 10 years now in Bangalore. So he's working mostly with startups and technology companies. So he created a small team of technology people and he has created a solution based on AI to draft anything. So to draft non-disclosure agreement or to draft agreements, right? Whatever, in your style. See, when I drafted with ChatGPT, it drafted in a way which possibly is my style, right? So it has got all the safety checks built in. It will not do wrong drafting and it drafting in a way Indians draft, right? So this is Tipsy Tom. This is also free. You can use it. For audit, I could find one solution, major company audit map. This is for internal audit. So what it does is, see, we have internal audit department in every large company and they come up with internal audit reports very frequently. And they point out the risk areas, that these are the risk areas. Okay? But has action been taken on them? Has remedial action been taken on these risk areas? This software does it. You upload all your quarterly internal audit reports for last 5 years. It will look at all the risk areas, and it will also find out whether remedial action has been taken in the subsequent reports or not. And these are still unattended risk areas. So this is what this solution is doing. Sorry? Audit map. This is the internal audit solution. It is made for US, so it is not free. It's not free. Most of the, see, this is for UK market, Todd, others are US market, Tipsy Tom is Indian, you know. So I think in India, next year you will see a lot of solutions appearing on the horizon, you know, because people are working already. A lot of funding is happening, you know. So I showed you financial analysis. I showed you how you can, if I have 2-3 minutes, I can show you one more example, which all people who have interest in stock market will appreciate. Okay, so this is screener. I think most of us would have used. Okay, and I'll say Adani Green or Adani Power Limited. Okay, it is giving me all, you know, analysis, peers, quarters, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just copy this. See, this is just random text. Okay, I can go here and I'll paste into ChatGPT. And I'll say, read the financials below and find out liquidity risks. See, within minutes, it has collated all the information, and it is saying it's volatile cash flow, increased borrowing, reserves fluctuation, high inventory days, working capital days, cash from operations, everything. It's able to do financial analysis within minutes. It may be 60-70% correct, but the basic draft is ready with you. Okay. So about email management, let me go back here now. I have 2 more points to cover. Email management. So Microsoft has already launched Microsoft Copilot. Now this is one word which we'll use very frequently in coming years. So in AI world, Copilot is your digital assistant, somebody which is assisting you, Copilot. So Microsoft has already integrated Copilot with Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, everything. It is gradually launching it in various countries. In India, it will come soon. Now, what is going to happen is in Outlook also. So when you open your Microsoft Word, there will be an icon called Copilot. So you click that and your AI is within the Microsoft Word. You can say draft, reply, whatever. Similarly, Excel, you don't have to think what formula I have to write. You can go to Excel, go to a Copilot and say, I want XIRR to be calculated for this, or I want CAGR to be calculated for this data. So for email also, it will give a lot of tools to classify emails or to find emails or to respond to emails. Okay, the last one is meeting summary. Now this is something which we tried 2 days back, and this was amazing. So we all use Zoom. A lot of us use Zoom for our webinars and web meetings. So we were having the managing council meeting of the Chamber of Tax Consultants, and we use Zoom. So when you open Zoom, now it has got AI companion. So when you click on it, it shows a lot of features. So one of the feature is generate summary of the meeting. So just imagine 20 people talking on different agendas for 2 hours. The moment the meeting was over, the admin got an email, 4 pages. First it gave the summary that the following topics were discussed. After that, for each topic, what was the discussion and what was the action point. Almost, the secretary who writes the minutes of the meeting, She found it was 90% correct. So this feature has already come. Second, very important, a lot of us join the Zoom meeting late. Time है 6 बजे का, लेकिन मैं तो 6:30 बजे आऊँगा, ठीक है? And then we start talking about topic which has already been discussed. So there's a catch-up option. So if you're joining at 6:20, you'll say catch-up. It will tell you in 20 minutes what all has already happened. So you don't repeat that. This has already come. I think you'll see gradually in every application that you use, AI will be there. If you use WhatsApp on web, you'll see that AI has already appeared there. So in 2024, it's going to be exciting year. So final summary, what are the benefits? It's a 24/7 digital assistant. If you're short of interns in your company, this could be your digital assistant. It saves your time and costs because obviously, you're doing more in less time. It improves your efficiency and it improves your services. Definitely, you're writing a better email. Okay, you're writing better content, you're writing better notes to your client. Problems as of now, accuracy, because every tool says it is your responsibility to check the accuracy. Transparency. So transparency problem is basically solved because now all the tools are saying that what is the citation, from where I have extracted the information. Then there are ethical concerns, which I talked about, humanity, then privacy and security. So when you use the free version of ChatGPT, whatever prompt you give goes to ChatGPT, which they use for training the LLM, right? So your data is not private. So never use any client sensitive information in ChatGPT because it may go to the ChatGPT database. Okay, so that's one thing. So all enterprises are doing, large companies, they don't use ChatGPT. They install the enterprise version of ChatGPT on their servers, which their employees use, where the data doesn't go beyond the organization. It is within the firewalls. Okay, so be careful about when you use open tools. Do not give any personal information. Like when I gave the DMAT statement, there was nowhere the name of the client or the DMAT account number. So that is something which you should always keep in mind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for patiently hearing me. And I hope it was interesting for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful and engaging and giving us various tools that we can implement and enhance our practice. This calls for a huge round of applause, please. I now request Tarun sir and Pramod sir to please present memento as token of appreciation to our speaker, sir. Come on, he has given us a word of cautions as well. How to use, where to use, and how to implement. To present formal vote of thanks, I request C.A. Krishna Purohit to please do the same.
Thank you so much, Sheetal. Very good afternoon to all. On behalf of all the audience and on behalf of VASAI branch of WIRC, I would like to present a hearted vote of thanks to sir for giving his time. Just one small observation which we all are witnessing here, that nowadays AI is playing a very important role for all of us, and each one of us is already aware about the same. But the mindset of a chartered accountant or of every CA member is like, देखेंगे जब आएगा जरूरत पड़ेगा तो करेंगे, कुछ लगेगा तो करेंगे. But it's the right time and it's a high time to please convert yourself or to please migrate yourself and start using AI as in your day-to-day routine activities. एक छोटे से एक्टिविटी में अपन इम्प्लीमेंट करना ट्राई करेंगे तो it will give us a motivation to use it in other area also. So thank you so much for giving your time and explaining us new AI tools and giving us an idea about how to use it practically. So thank you so much, sir, once again for giving your time once again. Now we will be having a lunch, so requesting all the members to please join us at the 8th floor terrace for lunch. After that, we will be having a live addressing session from President, sir. So requesting all to please join within 30 minutes. 1:45 is the time of President, sir. So please join back as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, friends. We are starting with our most awaited session of this conference, panel discussion on professional opportunities. Topics are valuation, RERA, offshore accounting, and virtual CFO. We have with us speaker CA Parag Ved sir, CA Vinit Daga sir, and CA Samir Arora sir. Please sir, join the dice. Coordinator Nikun sir, and coordinator CA Weber Patil, CA Ravi Khandelwal, and CA Jitendra Chauhan. Now I request our past chairman of VASAI branch, Kishore Vaishnav sir, to give a bouquet to our speaker, CA Vinit Gada sir. Vinit sir. Now I request past chairperson of VASAI branch, CA Sweta madam, and Preeti madam, to give a bouquet to Samir Arora sir. Now I request Jitendra Chauhan, CA Jitendra Chauhan, to introduce our today's speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Lokesh Bhai, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about our today's speaker, CA Samir Arora sir. CA Samir Arora is a partner at ATMS and Company LLP. Prior to founding the firm, he was partner in Lakhani and Lakhani, now rebranded as ATMS. He has been a member of ICI since 1998 and has been a practice for the past 25 years. He is also certified as Information System Auditor from ICI. His stint in consultancy studies from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai has helped the firm make inroads in management consultancy practice. He leads the business advisory department of the firm. He has been a pioneer in growing the firm from the traditional tax and audit firm to a modern firm catering to a variety of clients' needs. His present role includes leading a new verticals, business development, and the firm practice management. His mission is to help SME grow. He is also passionate about working with startup businesses, which has led him to the mentor at TIE. He is a keen learner and completed a course on learning professional service from IIM Ahmedabad. Samir sir is also an equivalent speaker and he's addressed various business association and startup events. He has also been interviewed by ET Now and Money Today. Thank you. We have another speaker today, CA Parag Ved sir. He is a partner with SSP and Company, chartered accountant. He has post-qualification experience of around 25 years. He is registered valuer with IBPI. He was partner with Dalal and Shah chartered accountant and was senior manager with NM Raiji and Company. He is immediate past president of the Chamber of the Tax Consultant Mumbai. He is involved in consultancy practice in the area of merger and acquisition, reconstruction of business and valuation of business for different purposes. Thank you.
Now I request CA Ravi Khandelwal to introduce our third speaker, CA Vinit Gada sir.
Our third panelist for the day is CA Vinitji Dineshji Gada sir. Vinit sir is a practicing chartered accountant since 2011. He is a partner in Messrs. Swapnesh and Vinit, a chartered accountant firm. His areas of practices are RERA, startup, tax advisory, and corporate law. He is a group leader at the various RRCs conducted by the CPE Study Circle. He contributes to writing various articles for professional journal. He is a speaker at various seminars and CPE Study Circle. He currently holds the position as a vice chairman of CVO Chartered Accountant and Cost Accountant Association. He was a member of managing committee of Thane branch of WIRC of ICAI for year 2016 to 2019. During the tenure, he had held the position of treasurer and vice chairman. Sir, I welcome you to this event.
Thank you so much, Lokesh ji, for giving me this dais. I thank VASAI branch for this opportunity at this Avira 2 days members conference. Thank you all the members for making this huge. Without taking much time, we shall begin with this panel discussion. Formal introduction हो गया था. ये जो लिखा था वो वाला introduction था. But now I leave the ground open for the panelists to express themselves. I'll rotate the counter from one panelist to another panelist, and I'll begin with Sameer ji. Sameer ji, sir, I would like you to, tell us first about yourself. Then we will go to the next point, your field of expertise. So, आपका experience, आपका journey. So, you have the dice.
Thank you, Nikunj. So, I cleared my chartered accountancy in 1998. I was doing my articleship with a firm called Lakhani and Lakhani, and post my clearance, I was appointed as a partner in the firm. As the firm grew, the old partners moved out because they had moved to the stock market, became stockbrokers, and I took over the entire practice. We were predominantly a tax and audit firm. When I took over the firm, we were around 7 members, and as practice grew, I understood that I did not have time for doing anything. I was busy even at 9:30 p.m. when clients used to call me and ask me that whether the LIC should be paid from my personal account or from my HUF account, and I would be very happy answering it. But then I found that I don't have time, and as professionals, that is the only currency that we have. And so if I have completed my currency, then there is no further way to grow. So with that frustration, I took a step that I thought that let me appoint a partner or let me appoint somebody besides me. It could be two things. Either it will fail. Anyways, I was so frustrated that I felt that this is not worth doing for the next 20-30 years of my life. So if it fails, I'll stop the firm. If it succeeds, then we'll see how we go ahead. At that time, we had Bombay sales tax and central sales tax. And I used to, at that time, like most single partner or proprietary firms, would do everything. And I used to visit the sales tax office and Kokan Bhavan. My office was in Mulund at that time. And I would spend the entire day there, come back in the evening, and there used to be an order called 33-2, which is giving you an assessment order without seeing books of accounts. So you know how that works, that you are spending the entire day and the order is without books of accounts. And I understood that, and although I am born and brought up in Mumbai, but I am not very fluent at Marathi. So while I would be sitting outside the cabin of a sales tax officer, there would be somebody who is very fluent in Marathi, and Shayab Kasha hai karke they would get in and get their work done. So I thought that this is something that is going to be very difficult for me to build as practice. So that's where I met my first partner, Suhas Shinde, and I told him that, will you do sales tax? So he told that I am coming from a background of audit, I don't know sales tax. So I told him, I'll teach you sales tax, but you go to the department. So from that I taught him sales tax, but the good thing was that in 2004 VAT came in, and all chartered accountants, all professionals were back to zero. Whatever we had learned as Bombay sales tax was not any more relevant, and so it was good that Suhas learned it. After a couple of years, and at that time Suhas asked me, that this is the minimum requirement of my salary. And I looked at my total revenue from sales tax, and that was the gross revenue I was drawing. So I thought, वैसे भी तो कुछ नहीं होगा, let me give that to him. And that bet paid off because in a couple of years he was handling the VAT practice very well and he was free, and then he was telling let's do some more work. And after a couple of years I found that the kind of money that Suhas was given also came back to me. So I found that early on in my career that unless we build team, we will not be able to grow, because what we need to do is we need to, as senior leaders of the practice, get our time freed so that we are able to do more value added work. And as the formula worked, then from VAT I got another partner for income tax. We were doing some accounting. I got a partner for outsource accounting. 2013 is where Nikunj, how much time do we have?
I'll stop you. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Flow बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, आप चलने दीजिए.
So 2013 is where I was meeting one of my clients and he did not seem very happy. So after the meeting and after my team went away, I asked him, what is the problem? So you are generally a very cheerful person, but today you don't look happy. So he said that I like you guys very good as people. You all are very good. You all are very good at what you do. But the only problem is that since morning when I know that you are coming with your team of chartered accountants, I know कि आप लोग आके मेरी गलती निकालोगे, that your accountant has not paid TDS, he has not maintained documents, he has not done this. And as optimistic business owners, that's a very difficult conversation. We want to be very positive in life because we want to grow. So he told me that you all have so much knowledge and you can bring in so much insight. I am not so educated and you all are so educated. Why can't you also doing whatever you are doing in tax and audit, also provide me with some financial practices? You see so many businesses, you know how many businesses are successful and you know what's happening there. Why can't you give me that advice and help me grow my business? So that was a shift of paradigm for me, where I found that clients are not just looking at us as watchdogs or people who are able to identify problems, but they also relate to us that they can help, because as we understand, entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey, and in that lonely journey they were looking at a friend from the financial field who can help them. And that's how CFO services started for me in 2013. At that time there was nothing like CFO services, so the whole thing started with educating people what CFO services is. We started off doing pro bono first, and then this 10 years is where we have built a model. Right now, as in my introduction, we have a team of 150 plus. More of our specialization now is CFO services, while our traditional practice has also grown. Thanks,
Superb,
Nikunj.
sir, superb. That's very inspirational, sir. And one very important thing that you said, I would like to again reiterate, time is the biggest currency that we have for all the professionals. So we need to value that and make the client value that. Quickly moving to the next super panelist. Sir, the dais is yours, sir. Please.
First of all, thank you, VASAI branch, for inviting for this particular session. I am not as experienced or as senior as both the my co-panelists over here.
I agree, sir.
But
Sorry to interrupt. I agree. समीर जी को देख के मुझे भी नहीं लगा था कि इतना एज है इनका. ये BST की बातें कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगा ये 3-4 साल पहले क्वालिफाई कर रहे थे.
Yeah, so I think you said you qualified in 1998, so I was born in 1989. So yeah, 1998. Yeah. So just coming back to my journey towards this particular thing. So I qualified in 2011, and post that I was working with somebody in a traditional practice only. After 5 years, I didn't find it good working with the environment or the kind of vision the firm was having. So I started my own in 2016. And there are a lot of things coming into the profession in 2016, 2017, like demonetization happened, then GST आने वाला था, RERA आने वाला था, all those things. And previously I was having experience more into the income tax, GST, sales tax, everything. Service tax was there, VAT was there. So I was doing all those things, but somehow I was not comfortable with the VAT and service tax type of a practice. So I thought के कुछ अलग करना चाहिए अभी. So 2017 brought two new things into the profession, which was GST and RERA. मैंने बोला जितने भी लोग वैट और सर्विस टैक्स कर रहे थे वो सब तो अभी GST में चले जाएंगे, उनके पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं रहने वाला है. सो आई थॉट के पॉपुलेशन वहाँ पे ज़्यादा है, हम वहाँ पे जाते हैं जहाँ पे पॉपुलेशन थोड़ा कम है. सो आई सेड के ठीक है, start with RERA. I was not having any real estate client previously also. During my article shop also I didn't have any exposure of a real estate client with respect to income tax or GST, VAT service tax also. Then too I said कि नहीं करना तो पड़ेगा कुछ तो let's do that. So I was also a sole proprietor, started with GST RERA practice at that time. I was having a traditional practice, so that was running parallelly, and it was very difficult to do everything at the same time. But somehow the things got managed with the God's grace. I got clients also, and with the grace of members like you, who connect to me every other day for their real estate RERA clients, one or the other query, when they come to know that I am also doing RERA. So that helped me to basically grow my practice till now, and it's still a journey, it's still into the process. So the members like you all have helped me, so I also sometimes think that we all are capable of developing this particular practice, and kind of exposure this particular field is going to give us in the days to come. It will be very helpful if we also at our level think something beyond our regular practice and do some add on one vertical maybe in our own firm like RERA, so that will be great. So that's just from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to the last panelist. Sir.
Yeah, I sincerely apologize, for delay. Google showed me 1 hour, but it took me 1.5 hours.
So artificial intelligence was not that intelligent, we can understand. Sir, just to brief you, we have started in such a way that this was the first round where we would just like to hear about your journey till today, from the day of your becoming a CA. Then we will move on to other questions, and we will move the counter then. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone for inviting me. So if I talk about my journey, I qualified in the year 97. I started my articles in the year 1993. I'm in the area of practice which is a valuation, which is little niche area, and you can say I was at the right place at the right time, because in 1992 onwards India started opening up and a lot of foreign companies started coming up. In India also a lot of M&A started taking place, and that is where very few firms in India were doing valuation. Of course, all the big fours in their original avatars, they were doing valuation, and there were few Indian firms, which were also doing valuation. So I was fortunate enough to, work with a firm called NM Raiji. I did my articles there, and then I continued there. And somehow, then we continued the valuation practice. So I'm qualified in 97, and from that year I'm doing the valuation. I also used to do audit of very large companies, because NM Raiji was the auditor of very large companies in Tata Group and other companies. So had a lot of exposure in terms of how the corporate India works. And this is a little different than the traditional practice what we do in tax and other aspects. Frankly, I don't even know much about the income tax. I at least file my own return. My partner even doesn't file his return. Somebody else files his return. Because in the firm where I did articles, there was tax practice was absolutely zero. We had no tax practice at all. We had only the audit and the valuation, which is the consultancy practice. So to that extent, I'm not a full-fledged chartered accountant where I can advise everybody on basically the tax aspects. But having said that, I think God is kind. I have done so we started in NM Raiji doing the valuation. Then somewhere in 2006, we decided to move to one another Indian firm. But then within few months, that firm decided to merge with a big four. And we as me and my partner, we were not very comfortable working with a big four. Not that anything is wrong with them, but our style of functioning, is little different. We are still in the profession. So we were not very comfortable, working in a big four environment. So we started on our own. Now we are 3 partners and 17 chartered accountants. Practically we do 1 valuation per day and 1 merger per week. And that is the kind of work which we do. And I'm happy that institute at various level also, like institute has a valuation standard board. They are also doing a lot of activity in forming the valuation standards, also conducting seminars all over the country, because valuation is something, which is, I think everybody knows. Whoever is in the stock market, he will know how to do valuation. In India, people will have opinion on, everybody will have opinion on politics, everybody will have opinion on cricket. Similarly, everybody will have opinion on what is the value of a company. So, it is not something which is very difficult. And I think if somebody, spends some time in understanding the basics of valuation, certainly, he can venture into that practice. So this is very briefly about, my journey as a profession. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, since the topic is about professional opportunities, I just sense one opportunity. I might sound cheap here, sir. मैंने सुना आपका रिटर्न भी आपके पार्टनर फाइल कर रहे हैं, राइट? अच्छा सर, तो वो चार्ज तो करते होंगे सर. वी आर रेडी, वी विल बी चीपर, इकोनॉमिकल सर, वी अश्योर यू दैट. तो कभी लगे तो सर वी आर देयर. Quickly moving, sir. Sameer, sir, I'll ask you again. Sir, now we come to the area of your expertise. So let us know more about that, sir. Basically, क्या है ये जो CFO, इसमें क्या concept है, sir? Because I'll just brief you. I believe many of us here in this region are into SME practice. So it's majorly the conventional, the traditional practice. Definitely there are a good number now. People are exploring in the other fields, but I would love to hear from you about this, CF.
Sure. So everything starts with a problem, right? So the problem has to be understood first. So the problem is that in small and medium businesses and also in startups, there is an accounting team, and the accounting team is doing the bookkeeping, accounting. They are paying the TDS, GST, profession tax, and they give data to the auditor. And if you have a CC limit, they would also give data to the banker. Beyond that, the accounts and finance team either has a limited bandwidth or a limited ability to think upon themselves beyond this. When you look on the other side, in a large corporate, you would find that there is an office of a CFO and a financial controller. Now these people in those organizations have built certain financial best practices which help those companies to grow at a sustainable level. This is completely missing in an SME, which is what is the gap that is filled through CFO services. So what we are doing is we are not getting into the routine accounting taxation bit. We are doing business finance. When I say about business finance, most business owners would be doing business on a gut feel. But like Parag said, most of us look at stock markets and we look at guidance calls that companies give, revenue guidance call. Where is it that they're going? What are these guidance calls? These are actually their business plans which are translated in a manner which can be understood by the people at large. Something like this is completely missing in the SMEs. They are doing business on gut feel. They, at one point of time, they feel something is right, they do it. At some other point of time, they feel something else is right, they would do it. If they see that their business associate has got an SME IPO, that is when they will feel मुझे भी SME IPO लाना है. But irrespective, they don't know why SME IPO, whether it is helpful, not helpful, whether required, not helpful. And at some other time, they find that some other of their business colleague has become bankrupt, has got banking problem, they would say, I don't want to grow that fast. So that problem with gut feel is that their goalpost is changing. What we are trying to do as CFO is putting that goalpost intact by making a business plan. Once they have a business plan, the whole translation of the business plan can be done through various departments, because if you want to add more business, you will have a marketing sales plan. You would want to hire people, you have an HR plan. This is translated into a budgeting process. We help clients measure their performance every month. Which is where I think all of our chartered accountants are much capable, and a lot of us also do that, which is helping them close their books every month, draw their financial statements and MIS, and benchmark it against the business plan. So this entire structure is what is called, this is a part of CFO services. CFO services technically would bring everything under the sun in accounts and finance. Somebody wants to raise funds, we will tell I need CFO services to raise funds. Somebody wants to cut cost, he will tell I need CFO services to cut cost. Now in the entire framework, we have to find what is it that we are strong at and structure our services around that. We believe that business finance on governance of measurements, budgeting is a very strong process, and which is what we try to do.
Regarding RERA, which we know as a Real Estate Regulation and Development Act. So this particular act came into existence originally in 2016, but before that also, since more than 10 years, government was trying to introduce this particular act. But local level, you can say in many of the states, the state government was having alternative act to regulate what RERA is trying to regulate. Now how this particular the act has come up. So as we see in our profession that we deal with income tax, we deal with GST. So basically we deal with two aspects. One is the law part of it and one is the finance part of it, or the calculation part of it, if I simplify. So again, this particular act, when came up, it came up with these two types of the opportunities. During the 2016-17, the real estate sector was also not doing that good, and there are many issues with the sector. So it was a requirement of the government to introduce something which we can through which we can control the irregularities in the sector or the malpractices that are happening in the sector. While introducing that particular act, they given some of the powers to chartered accountants, or basically not powers but the responsibilities upon the chartered accountant, which can help government basically to regulate the developer and control their finances, kind of a thing. Now how this particular thing bring an opportunities, first of all, right from our curriculum days we are taught how to read the law, how to interpret the law, and how to make any businessman understand that what law is actually asking you to do. At the same time, we understand finance also, so we are aware about whatever are the regulations of the law, how it is going to impact the finances of any of the enterprises, and what all procedure that enterprise will have to undertake to implement that particular law. Looking all this thing at one place, this particular thing become more opportunist when we say that currently there are 42,000 real estate projects registered in Maharashtra. Okay, there are more than 5,000 real estate agents in Maharashtra, and the kind of litigations that we are having every other day, you might be reading in newspaper what kind of litigations we are having with respect to the projects. Even the smaller projects and the bigger projects, we have seen that getting stuck for one or the other reasons. This also brings one more opportunity for the chartered accountant. So when I say the opportunity, I divide it into three parts. One is the opportunity when you look your prospective customer as a developer, one when you look a prospective customer as a agent, and one when you see your prospective customer as a customer. So customer means the home buyer. So there are many things which we can provide it to the developer to make them understand what is RERA, make them comply with what are the compliances are there in RERA, give them a 360-degree view of how one thing which he is doing in RERA can impact in income tax and GST, or maybe what one thing he is doing in income tax can affect the RERA part of the compliance. We can give them the financial projection or the how particular control by the RERA is going to have effect on his particular project, where he can fall short of the funds or no. We can also do the litigation part of it, because when customers are aggrieved by any of the builders not giving them possession on the right time, at that particular time either builder can also go into the litigation for one or the other reason when customer is not paying, and customer can also go into the litigation. So the litigation part also we can provide them service. One more service which I envisage we can provide, and often though we now see that the new generation is trying to be more aware about and more cautious about whatever decisions they take, because the so much of information is already provided on the RERA portal, we can also provide the services like how to make a home buying decision. I don't know how many of you have visited the RERA website, but suppose if for your client or even for yourself you are buying a home, then you just go to the RERA website and see that what kind of information the developer is displaying on that particular portal. When we buy a home and we visit the office of developer, we are made or we are been given assurance about many of the things. So those all assurances you can practically check that whatever he is saying, those things are in place or no. You can also check what plan he has got approved from the department. You can also check that what kind of commencement certificate or other approvals he is having. Suppose he is telling you that he will be giving you this type of units, then whether as per the plan he is having that type of unit or no. So according to me, maybe one of the future prospective service could be that how home buying decision can be made, because the kind of information available on the portal, the layman will not have that much of capacity to evaluate whether what are the plus and minuses of the project, but as a professional, as a better person who understands the law and the information that is available, if we club all these things, then we might be on the better stage to give these type of services. So there are a lot more things which can be done. Like previously when RERA came, that department was not that strict, we can say they were not taking any action. But of late, after the 5 years of honeymoon period of the initial period of RERA, now they have started taking some of the action on the developers. So previously the developers were also not that keen about complying with the law or following the regulations. Now they are making sure that yes, now we will have to do these particular things, otherwise just like income tax नहीं भरा तो बैंक अटैच हो जाता है. Similarly over here also they have started taking action on developer if they are not complying with. On a quarterly basis, they are directly writing it to the bank that please attach the bank. They are writing it to the regulator, please don't register any sale agreement in the name of this particular registrar. So government also knows, or the department also knows, that though it is called as a self-regulation, the industry may not be accept it as a self-regulation. When we say that the 90% of industry is an unorganized sector, so industry may not accept it as a self-regulator, or chalta hai type attitude can be adopted by the industry. That's why they have come up with these type of tricks and techniques through which they are trying to, बोलते हैं ना नाक पकड़ेगा तो मुंह खोलेगा, वैसे टाइप का practices they are trying to adopt, so that they can now make builder fall in line with whatever practices that they want to develop within the developer community. So looking at these all aspects happening, and real estate sector per se being so much of a complex sector, right from VAT era where government thought के इस पे VAT लगाते हैं, from GST era where service tax era where government thought के इस पे service tax भी लगाते हैं, on a same transaction they end up paying both VAT and service tax. So secondly, it being one of the major sector providing employment, major sector contributing to the GDP, major sector supportive to many of the ancillary sectors. Looking at these particular thing, there always will be the many opportunities. It is expected that the real estate sector is going to go 1 trillion in maybe next year, kind of a thing. So and looking at the number of chartered accountants we are there in practice, it is always felt that opportunities are going to be there. Plus the sector itself is complex. Like if you see focus upon the Mumbai area, then there are many of the redevelopment projects where anyways GST and income tax issues are there. But how it will have impact in RERA, that is also a kind of concern for many of the promoters or maybe the societies. Societies are going into redevelopment. So again, how that will impact in RERA, who will be in the shoes of the promoter, who will be in the shoes of allottee, who will be sharing the responsibilities and liabilities with respect to the project. That is again a cause of concern. If we go outside MMR region, or maybe outside Bombay region, where there is maybe not that much of redevelopment project, but there are maybe plotting schemes, or where the SIDCO control plots or MIDC control plots are there, and lease lands are there. The complexities with respect to those particular area is different. The complexities with respect to the areas where only FSIs are given to the developer to develop, the complexities over there are also different. So it is a hodgepodge of many complexities which we get, and whenever there is a complexity, there is an opportunity, because people rely upon what we will be saying after merging all the knowledge regarding the law and the finance aspect of it. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. मुझे लगता है मेरा क्वेश्चन पेपर लीक हो गया. आपने मेरे सारे क्वेश्चंस का आंसर एक ही बार में दे दिया. Let's see, I'll have to invent now new questions for you. Sir, moving on to you, sir. About valuation, sir.
As a practice, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, as I explained there, valuation is a very exciting field. Each client is a new client, and each assignment is a new assignment. Company will come to you for a valuation, and then they will not come for next 10 years because they don't need valuation. So it is not like an audit where you meet a client on a regular basis, or a tax where you meet on a yearly basis. It is on a need basis. Client will come to you. Again, valuation I will put into two broad buckets. One is where you do a lot of regulatory valuation, and second is where you do a deal valuation. Regulatory valuation is where client will come to you where commercially they would have agreed, but they want some approval from a chartered accountant or a registered valuer for that transaction to go through, because government of India keeps us busy, RBI keeps us busy. Whatever you do, whatever transaction company is doing, there is a need for valuation. Like say for example, if a foreign currency money is coming into the country or going out of the country, you need a valuation under FEMA. Under Companies Act, you need valuation for mainly fresh issue of shares and amalgamations and mergers. And then there are a lot of other sections which are there in Companies Act where you need valuation. Income tax, you need valuation. They have their own way of formulas under 56(2)(10) and 50CA and all that. So there are ample opportunities available to you when you want to do a valuation practice. So this broadly I will keep this into a regulatory bucket. The other side, which again equally exciting, is the deal valuation, where I think my co-panelist mentioned that they are giving CFO services and all that. Now that is where a lot of time when deals are happening between the parties, and there negotiation take place, depend which side of the table you are, whether you are representing buyer or a seller. Again, your approach could be different. Say in a valuation, if I am on a buyer side, I will be little pessimistic. If I am on a seller side, I will be optimistic, because idea is that you want to represent the interest of your client, and ultimately deal will take place based on the negotiation between the parties and whatever other factors which are there in the deal. So there are equal opportunities available in the regulatory side as well as on the deal side, where we as a chartered accountants can contribute and help our clients to understand the issue. As I said earlier, valuation is not at all complex. It's very simple. It can be as simple as applying a PE multiple on a EPS of the company, and one can also make it very complicated with a lot of other valuation jargons. But in reality, it is not complicated. It is simple. Only thing you need to have understanding of the subject, and that is where I think our institute is doing, as I said earlier, is doing extremely good work. I think we were the first institute which started a certificate course on valuation somewhere in 2006-07 under the one of the committees of the ICAI, and almost for 8-10 years institute has done and I think more than 1,000, and they used to take proper exam also under certificate course. So when this under the new Companies Act, when the registered valuer thing came in, because old Companies Act, 1956 Companies Act, there is nowhere mention about anything about the valuation. But traditionally in India, merger valuation was done by chartered accountants. But otherwise, Companies Act was absolutely silent. I know one merger of Gujarat Narmada Valley Fertilizer where valuation was done by a professor of IIM Ahmedabad. And nobody objected, so court also accepted. But now under the new Companies Act, there is a specific provision for the registered valuer. There is a mechanism, IBBI is the authority which is registering the registered valuer. So the advantage we as a chartered accountant we had was that our institute had already prepared us long back, in this field by this certificate course and holding various seminars. So we had, especially in because now under the Companies Act there are three areas of valuation. One is a security and financial asset, then land and building, and plant and machinery. We normally will come in the security and financial asset. So that is where I think if you look at the IBBI website, more than 60-70% of the valuer under this category are from a CA institute or our RVO, because we have always edge up in when it comes to the financial valuation. And again, as I said, we have launched our valuation standards, and as of now, only our institute has launched the valuation standards, and all others have adopted that. Our RVO also has adopted, and others are also forced to adopt. So I think Preeti Madam is the vice chairperson of the valuation standard board, and they conduct a lot of such seminars, all over the country. So as a practice area, I would say it's a excellent field, and if you are not in that field, I think you are missing something. Start getting into it. Yeah, I think recently our RVO also got registered, under land and building and plant and machinery. So, but of course, I don't know whether as a CA firm we can take, those people as our partners. So those regulations, frankly, I have not studied. But yes, it's a exciting field, and a lot of opportunities are there, and I think it is not something which is difficult. It is as simple, as I said, applying a P multiple to a EPS of the company.
Okay. Thank you. Coming to Samir ji. Sir, I'll now drill a bit further. Let's say, sir, majority of your clients would be SMEs, because that's the concept. So as a SME, when I approach you, so how does that work? How does the flow go? And what are the deliverables per se? How do I get, what value, how do I get it? Okay.
So there are certain traits that needs to be seen in an SME. See, we have 6 crore SMEs, and everybody is not our customer. You have to see first that whether there is a want, and when you want to check the want, there are two things which are required. One is whether they are in a mode where the owner seems that he has lost touch with the ground. So for smaller companies where the owner knows everything about his business, the thing is, mera business mujhe kya sikhayega? Because he is so much engrossed in everything that he knows his everyday sales, he knows everyday cash flows. He is the one who is managing everything, and he is okay about it, and he is okay with the way things are working. CFO services will work in organizations, in SMEs which are trying to professionalize themselves. They are moving from one level where the owner was doing everything to now trying to see that there are professional functions which are doing everything. So one thing is they have a mindset that they want to professionalize, and second, most important thing for us professionals is also they have an ability to pay. Because when we do CFO services, it is a little high touch model. So we have done that in two models. One model which we started earlier was by appointing retired CFOs and helping them go to the SMEs and provide them advice. And the second model is where we don't provide them a CFO at their place or at a specific frequency, but we help them get the output which is expected of a CFO. Now coming again to your question in terms of what does a client get. So once we have understood that the client is losing touch on the ground and he needs a feedback mechanism in terms of what is happening. So we know our ratio of ROE, which is return on equity. What is more important for the founder is ROE, which is return on effort. Where is the effort of the promoter going and what is the return he is getting? So if he's either he has to micromanage his accounts and hence he is wasting a lot of time, or he is not interested in accounts and hence he has no idea where his business is growing. So most important question that we get when we meet some of these potential clients is, I know my business is growing, I'm paying my advance tax, but I don't see money in my bank account. So it means that he has no idea of cash flow, fund flow, which is very easy for us as chartered accountants to decipher, but it sometimes takes months and years for a SME owner to understand that. So the way the deliverable for that we promise to do them is first align ourselves to their goal, where is it that they want to go, and see whether they are well funded for that growth. And then if they are well funded for that growth, then the next, and if not, then where is it that they should be getting those funds from? Whether debt is a good option. We know what financial principles to be used: long-term debt, short-term debt. You will find that a lot of mistakes that some of those business owners would do is use their CC facility to expand their factories and then get into a trap where their DPs are not being able to manage. So looking at their financial bandwidth, where they want to go, and ensuring that we are closing the books every month and aligning their performance to where they want to go. So our deliverables mostly are setting up a business plan, setting up a budgeting process, setting SOPs in place, because most of the SMEs don't have SOPs, putting in processes on P2P, which is procurement to pay, putting in processes on O2C, which is order to cash, benchmarking their performances, because we see a lot of business. We are able to financially benchmark them, close their books every month, create MISs every month, map the performance of the business with the business plan, find variances, and find what needs to be done next. So when this governance and the processes are built, we have seen that companies start growing. And whenever there is a transaction that happens, so we have had clients who have come out with SME IPOs, we have clients which have got sold to unicorns, we have clients who have got sold to MNCs. That is where we get activated, because we know the company in and out and we can well represent the company in all these transactions. And we are a little unemotional about the business, so what decisions that we can give as an outside person is very helpful to the business owner. So in a broad area, these are the deliverables that we try to do.
So you get that objective angle, perspective, where you can advise the client.
A completely unemotional, unpassionate, looking at business from purely financial lenses. I think we all chartered accountants are great at that.
Correct. That would be a great value add always. So basically, when you say MIS, and you have been saying that we close the books on a monthly basis. So what happens? The client has the access to the books because the books are at his place. I mean, on his system. So you gain access to that system. Is it that way, or you get the data and then you deliver the reports per se?
So most of these companies where they require CFO's services are little jittery on data security. They wouldn't
that is what I wanted to know.
So they wouldn't want to send their data to you. So either the team visits them if they are in Bombay. We have office in Bombay, Bangalore and Pune now. So if the client is in these 3 cities, we visit them. If not, post-COVID, I think everybody has become very comfortable to video conferencing and AnyDesk and other modes of accessing data.
Right. Okay. So the MIS reports are always accessible to the client on a live basis, or is it when you close the books on a monthly basis, or is it a scalable model? Basically, if I want that kind of service, I can get that also.
Yeah. So a great question that you asked. Once we got a little deeper into our services, we believed that clients need a lot of these things on real-time basis. And as outsourced CFO services, it's not practical to be real-time with them, because if I am dealing only with one client, then my scalability goes down.
Yes.
So what we have done is we've now got our own tech team in-house. I have a 6-member tech team, and we create tools to automate a lot of these reports, either in Power BI or some other technology. I'm not great at technology, but I can understand client requirement. My partner is good at technology. And so we are deriving a lot of solutions customized to the clients to make it a lot of them live. And some of these are coming out as products which can be used by multiple clients.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to Viniji. Viniji, so basically as a client, let's say majority of us would be looking forward to having a builder as a client rather than having an agent or a customer. We can delve upon that also, but priority would be a builder client for obvious reasons. Especially the fees amount would be much higher there. So as a builder, if I approach you, so basically how does this work? So what kind of expectation do you have from the builder client? What data you require or ask, and what shall be the deliverable from your end? Is it only the compliance part? I mean, opportunities, yes, you discussed all of them, but I would now like to dig a bit deeper here also. Yes.
I think they are trying to something. Okay, fine. Okay, so I will complete. Yeah.
So actually, we have invited President and Vice President ICI to address all the members. So they are actually coming. So this program is actually organized by Sustainability Board and Women and Young Members Excellence Committee. So we'll sit here. So यहाँ पे ऑन कर दीजिए ना, स्क्रीन ऑन कर दीजिए. So actually we had invited them to come physically present over here. However, they have visited VASAI branch in student conference. So now with our request, so today we have actually regional conference by Central India Regional Council. So they are at Raipur, and our Vice Chairman of Women and Young Members Excellence Committee, C. Abhay Chhajed, is also along with them. So we have invited them to address all the participants. So here, यहाँ पे भी ये screen चालू कर दीजिए. So Abhay ji, are you able to see? यहाँ उनको यहाँ पे दिख रहा है यहाँ का?
Am I audible, no?
Yes, you are audible. So we have Abhay ji. Yes, we have with us C. Abhay Chhajed, and President and Vice President are also here. Abhay ji.
Yes, they are with me only. So I firstly I congratulate the entire team of VASAI branch led by Amit ji and for organizing and hosting this very important 2 days conference. I think very important topics you have kept for the best interest of members, and I'm sure the members would have a lot of interaction. The experts would deliberate and update the members with the latest changes which has happened in each subject which has been deliberated in 2 days. So I congratulate the entire team and of course the chairperson Preeti Savla madam, who's there ensuring that this conference is a big success for the VASAI branch. And I have with me our Honorable Vice President C. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji and our Honorable President C. Aniket Sunil Talati. I would first hand over and ask our Honorable Vice President to just say a few words, then request the President to speak.
So welcome CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Vice President ICAI, and we welcome you over here online mode. So we have here about 400 members participation today at VASAI branch, and we request you to please share your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, Chairman of this VASAI branch and Madam Preeti Savla, Council colleague, and all the young and dynamic women and men. So, I'm audible?
Yes, now you are audible, sir. Are you able to see you, sir?
We are addressing you from the city of Raipur in Chhattisgarh. We have come for the regional conference. So my compliment and congratulations to this VASAI branch for organizing this such a wonderful conference of 2 days. And my compliment to Preeti Savla, also the chairperson of the Women and Young Member Committee. And she had just recently hosted the first Women Achievement Awards in Mumbai, and under the auspicious his leadership of Young Women and Excellence Committee. So my compliment to Preeti Savla, Chairman of this branch, and all the delegates for this wonderful conference. Now over to our President Aniket Talati. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much, Vice President, sir. And now we have with us our President, very young and dynamic. And sir, we are here at VASAI branch, and thank you very much for joining online. We know that you are like very busy schedule. So thank you very much for joining, and request you to please address us your words of wisdom from Raipur to Vasai.
Thank you so much, Pritiben. Such a pleasure to see you in Vasai, organizing this 2 days members conference on a very important theme, which is being organized by SRSB and WIMEC and hosted by the Vasai branch. I am joined here with with the Honorable Vice President Ranjit Agarwal ji and the Vice Chairman of the Women and Young Members Committee, Abhay Chhajar ji. We are in Raipur for their regional conference. As members in Vasai will be aware, last week we had our regional conference of Western region. We then simultaneously had the Eastern regional conference. Yesterday we inaugurated the Northern India regional conference, and today we are here inaugurating the regional conference of. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, are you able to see us?
Yes, very clearly, Prithiben, in your purple top and black blazer.
And you are with checks tie.
Yes.
Yeah, please,
So I
sir,
can see you very clearly.
And we are able to
And
hear
with
you.
the beautiful backdrop behind you, with the theme conference and all
Avira.
the speakers and
means,
participants on
sir,
the stage.
Avira, we have the theme conference. Avira means brave and strong.
Brave and strong, which is what Prithiben is. Brave as you have, and strong that you have, like Vice President Sir said, recently organized the SRSB Awards and the Women Awards, and that too at a wonderful location at the NSC headquarters, where the CEO of NSC, Ashish Chauhanji, came and the awards were distributed. Madam, some tremendous amount of efforts and work has happened in both your committees, SRSB as well as WIMEC. I must compliment you for taking SRSB to the next level, because the idea was that sustainability should not be restricted only to certain set of firms, but how we can increase the sustainability reporting opportunities to all members. And your initiative of Ghar Ghar Sustainability is doing wonders of creating awareness about sustainability. And more importantly, all these sessions that you are doing is going to ensure that today, when you go internationally, and I represent India at so many forums, we are talking more about non-financial reporting than financial reporting. And when we talk about non-financial reporting and ESG, sustainability is extremely important. And I think in India and through SRSB, we have created world-class reporting. The SEBI through BRSR has come out with some excellent reporting standards, and we have the world-class auditing standards which the SRSB has notified. So my compliments to the board and compliments to you and Sanjeev ji for taking it to the next level. I also acknowledge the efforts that both you and Abhay Bhai have put forward in taking the WIMEC to the next level. My dear friends who are here from Vasai, I was there for a student conference recently at the wonderful Lata Mangeshkar Auditorium, and it was a great experience for me to interact with all your student friends. And today when I am with the members, let me tell you, this year there is a small subtle change which we have made in the name of the committee, but that change is very important. So far, it used to mean women empowerment. But now the E in empowerment is not for empowerment, but it is for excellence. Because at ICI, women are no longer requiring any empowerment or special treatment. They only want the opportunity to showcase their skills. And as Prithiben said, they are able to excel at an equal pace and an equal level as their male counterparts. Today, when we have 42% of the students who are girls and almost 30% members who are female, I am sure the day is not far when, if you go to Australia and New Zealand, there are more women chartered accountants than men in the institute. I am confident that in the next 15 years, the pace at which the girls are joining the course, and equally importantly, the pace at which they are clearing the papers, because they are doing better, they are performing better. The day is not far when we will have equal representation of women and men in our fraternity. So compliments to you, Prithiben, for taking this to the next level. My congratulations and compliments to Vasai branch for organizing this event. My best wishes to all the participants who have gathered for these 2 days, and special thanks to all the faculty who are going to be deliberating and discussing and giving their precious time in making sure that the level of understanding and knowledge of our members across Vasai and of course the entire western region can go higher and higher. My best wishes to all of you. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Uh, we thank President sir. Thank you a lot for joining at such a moment. We thank Vice President sir for joining at this moment, and we really thank Abhay for coordinating and ensuring that President and Vice President are joining. And I now request, I am requesting Amit, the Chairman of Vasai branch, to give a very deserving vote of thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank President sir and Vice President sir and Abhay Hajar sir for giving your valuable time, because madam has just told me that you have flight around 4 or something. So thank you sir for giving your valuable time. In the student conference also when you come, so we have taken very much knowledge from you. So I thanks and sir member wanted to see you personally. So please I request before completion of tenure you visit to Vasai branch sir. And you have promised that you will be definitely coming to Vasai branch. So you have to give your one date for personal visit to the Vasai branch.
For everything, and you're doing wonderful job and your entire team is doing great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we got the blessings of President and VP sir also. So great work, Vasai branch and our committee. So we can, we really thank the panel for accommodating this session, which was not scheduled, but it was always privileged to have President and Vice President address. So I request you to please continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So Nikunj, coming to where we left before this introduction. So when we talk about that you get a developer client as coming to you for RERA services. So how I think about it, or what all thing can happen when he's coming for the RERA services is. So what I understand is that the developer client himself is a 50% chartered accountant and a 70% lawyer. So they already know that where, at which all place what all loopholes they are having and what all place they can try to plug in. So we also have to be that much of cautious as to how we approach that particular client, what are the expectations of the client. So when they come for RERA, initially there are two type of people who come for RERA. One who are already there having their projects and they are already running their projects under the RERA, registered with RERA. Second is those who are not registered but maybe doing it for the first time. So registration is one of the service that we generally provided to them, and post that the compliance service that we provide to them. But while providing these all services, apart from the routine checklist method that we follow, there is too much of application of mind which we have to do with the documents that they provide, also with the type of project that they want to register, because there is a lot of responsibility sharing and the duty sharing, not only with the developer but also with others involved in that particular project. What I mean by others involved is, if it is a society involved, if it is a joint development project, then the landowner is also involved. If there are succession in the project, or project is taken over by somebody else, then the previous developer who was having the previous rights with respect to the project, they are also involved. So an exercise with respect to who all are basically involved in this particular project, because developer will always say that this particular project is my project. So the exercise of fact checking of that particular thing has to be done. So whenever a developer comes, whatever he says, no doubt we have to listen to the 100% of the things, but according to me we have to rely upon 20% of the things, and 80% of the thing we have to fact check about that particular thing, that whatever they are saying and whatever is there on paper, how I will not say true, but how correct that is in terms of the law. And then we have to provide the solution accordingly, so that we also make sure that to whomsoever RERA wants to bind for any of the project, are all those parties getting accommodated on the same page? Are those parties on the same page, or they are not on the same parties? Now, second stage with respect to this is, if the project is already registered and previously has not done many things. Also, when even if project is registered, are there any changes been made with respect to what is there they have provided previously? So it's very easy that the plan is first passed and RERA is taken, but subsequently there are change in rules, there are change in regulations, maybe less FSI or some artificially generated FSI is provided, due to which there is additional plan or change in plan or amalgamation of plots, or many ifs and buts can happen in any of the project. So we need to first check that whatever they have already registered, what is the status of that, whether any changes are being done by them through any other planning authority post that or no. We all know businessmen or maybe the developer are always opportunist. So they might have taken some of the opportunity once the project had started and till date. So during that particular period, they might have received some opportunity and they have banked on that particular opportunity during that particular time. So whether those all things are updated with the RERA or not, whether they have complied with the RERA or no. So in a nutshell, I can say the first responsibility is to check whether they have complied 100% or no. Subsequent to that comes is the power which we have got is the withdrawal capacity. The whole purpose of bringing into this particular act is to not let them divert the funds which they have collected from the customers. So whatever are the policies made by the government, are they following it 100% or they are not following it 100%? And the cautious part about this is the authority of issuing a certificate for how much money they can withdraw from the bank account. So when we provide this type of services, no doubt we need to know 100% about what is the law, because the kind of certificate that they are asking is requiring too much of information which can affect developer also and which can affect us also. So knowledge of the law is supreme, but even after knowledge of the law, whatever we are certifying, are we protecting ourselves also while certifying whatever is a requirement? That becomes important. So certification is another good opportunity apart from the registration and regular compliance and the planning aspect of the regular compliance, which we can say.
So certification, as in one certification would be regarding the amount of withdrawal that a builder can make.
Yes. So
and what other certifications can we have under RERA?
So one certification is regarding withdrawal, which is a quarterly requirement. So if a project is being registered with a RERA, so maybe it's a 3-year project or a 4-year project or 5-year project, every quarter whatever is the amount they have collected from the customer and used for the project. So I'm saying it very simply, but when you see the certificate, it's almost 4 to 5 pager certificate asking even beyond what is being required basically. So that has to be certified. And second certificate is the annual certificate, which is generally issued by a auditor of that particular company. So we can simply say that one project can give business to 2 chartered accountants. One is with respect to the regular certificate, which they call as a project chartered accountant, and one as an annual certificate, which is a statutory auditor, which we can say.
So does that conflict? I mean, are they anywhere placed against each other in these 2 certificates?
Yeah, so the statutory auditor who is issuing a certificate has to check what the regular auditor has certified, and both the certificates are uploaded on the RERA portal.
दोनों में झगड़ा होना पक्का है?
हो सकता है, but the problem here is what practically has happened is that many of our members don't know that both the certificates are to be issued by different chartered accountant. There are notices been issued by MahaRERA authority to the chartered accountants saying that you have issued both the certificates, how can you issue both the certificate? Looking at this particular thing, MahaRERA approached WIRC, and then WIRC has compelled many of the study circles and branches to conduct special sessions for spreading awareness regarding what is a RERA. Because when these type of notices are issued, So if I have already issued a certificate with UDI and I am not able to say that I have never issued this particular certificate. So it's a very tricky situation. So knowing as to, though we say that के ठीक है मेरा ही real estate client है, मैं सभी तो देखता हूँ इसका, but at the same time making sure if you are issuing one certificate, you cannot issue the second certificate. So that is very important from our side. At the same time, whatever is informed in the certificate has to be true. So it has happened in Gujarat Maharera that a chartered accountant had issued certificate with जहाँ पे money received from customer was shown as a loan and they were not disclosed as money received from customer. So customer went into litigation for some of the other thing, and subsequently they came to know that the certificate was issued showing that this particular flat is not even sold. So that again becomes a tricky part from our side. So 100% knowledge of the law and fact of any of the that particular project, it becomes a very important. At the same time, to protect ourselves, what all documentation we will have to keep, that also becomes a tricky part. In that manner, this particular subject is very you can say complicated for our side. Secondly, when we say we provide it to developer, we can also provide it to the original landlord also, because are they getting dragged into the duties of what original developer has to do. So even developer is my client but landowner is also my client, then I will have to protect him also. So he may also get affected, he may also get fined by what is their requirement regarding withdrawal of money or no.
So per se as a developer, this is the this is the key service that we are providing in the RERA.
Subsequent services are like nowadays they are started issuing notices. So you represent them.
I understand. I mean, you can go further with that, because this is this topic. I
Yes,
can
yes.
see this is a 6-hour topic.
Yes.
We need to have a. I would request VASAI branch to have a session like that to completely take a 360-degree view of the RERA topic base, because a lot of things are dynamic here.
Just one thing, as sir said, they are providing CFO services. So there can be a special module of a real estate CFO which can cover the niche area of the industry apart from what regularly as a CFO service a person can provide.
Sir,
So this is now kind of a requirement of SME projects.
सर आप मेरे सारे सवाल भी ले गए, आप मेरे पॉइंट भी ले जा रहे हो. I was about to ask him, request him कि अगर इसका कुछ इंटीग्रेशन हो सकता है so that our reports get generated for RERA, because I have heard they are a bit too complex and somewhere a bit illogical also at some points. So it's better that some automation is done in that. Sir, Parag sir. Yes. So as a client, when I approach your firm, you per se, so what kind of approach do I need to have? What kind of data do you look from me? Do you ask from me? And then what exactly the valuation report, I get it. But then are there some other angles, or is it just एक value मैंने तुमको दे दिया, or does it change with what is the requirement कि ये valuation अब change होगा?
Okay, so I think as a process when client will approach you as a valuer, the first important part for you is to understand the need of the valuation. What is the purpose? So if anybody will call me that I want to get valuation done, I'll ask what is the purpose, why you want to come to me. Is it something where you have some transaction and for that purpose you want to do, or it is something where you want to just want to know your value for some internal assessment. Or sometimes people also come to you for valuation where there is some like kind of a settlement, family settlement, either it's a family or extended family, or sometimes you are doing business with your friends, and over the period those friends become much more than the family. So a lot of emotional issues are also sometimes connected in this aspect. So first and foremost is that you should know what is the requirement of the valuation, why a client is coming to us, and accordingly you can guide the client. So many times it happens that when client will come to me, I say, boss, you don't need valuation, why you are coming to me? So they said, नहीं हमको हमारा वो consultant ने बोला है या auditor ने बोला है. So we tell them that it is not required. Like say for example, one of the important aspect for valuation which we do is the impairment valuation. If you look at if you come to April and May, my entire office will be totally busy in impairment valuation, because of all listed companies they have to get their impairment valuation done. Now so many times you come across a company where auditor is insisting कि इसका impairment valuation लेके आओ, but the underlying company is making too much of profit. and there is no indication of any impairment. So in those cases, actually, I tell client, I am happy to give a report to you, but you don't need valuation because your company, underlying company is making tremendous profit. There is no indication of impairment at all. So that is where understanding the needs of the client and guiding him on the right path, is very important. Like the same example which I was saying, that he came there, he said he wants to do valuation of 17 companies. So I said, why 17 companies? So he said, my auditor wants. And then when we went into the details, out of 17, 16 were making handsome profit. Only one company there was little loss. So I said that why don't you go and tell your auditor that only for this company I'll get the valuation done and not for other 16 companies. And then he went to the auditor and he convinced the auditor. So understanding needs of the client is very important. Another issue which we do a lot of valuations of intangible assets, where you do valuation of say patent, trademark, copyright, technical know-how, or like section 32 of Income Tax Act covers a lot of intangible assets where valuation is required. Again, for there you need to understand the transaction per se. Like say for example, a client will come to you, he'll say I'm acquiring a business, or I'm not acquiring a business but I'm acquiring an intangible asset brand. Then depending on what he is acquiring, your entire valuation methodology will change. So it is not that you do the same valuation for the same, because if you are doing only valuation of a particular intangible, then you need to carve out the profits of that attributable to that intangible, say a brand or technical know-how or any other patent or something like that. So understanding the needs of the client, guiding him, and once that is done, then it is more of a like autopilot project where you send the information what you want, client will submit, you will have discussion with the client, and then once you are ready, you will be informing the client that I am ready and let's have discussion about the what is that I am because valuation end of the day is an opinion. I will say valuation of this mic is say 500 rupees, somebody will say 600 rupees. So it's an opinion. So you discuss your outcome with the client and then ultimately you close the report. So it's a little simple process, but I think understanding the needs of the client and guiding him properly is very important.
Okay. Sir, but you said that you sometimes you refuse the client that the valuation की ज़रूरत नहीं है. But ये dilemma वाला decision नहीं है because अपने profit पे क्यों आप?
I don't think so. I think we all chartered accountants are trained to first help the client rather than looking at our bottom line. So and I'm sure even you will also do the same thing.
Of course.
Nobody is going to give wrong advice to the client because in the long run it will not help you. In the short term, yes, you will earn some extra fees, but long term it will not help you.
True, sir. Very well said, sir. Now moving towards the end of this panel discussion, I'll ask all the panelists individually one personal experience with one client which they remember there was some challenge which they overcome, which they did succeedingly cover up, and on general basis how as practitioners we can get benefit out of their individual domain. I mean, I'm a small and medium sized practitioner, so individually how can I benefit by associating with you or your field? And then we can conclude with the queries from the members, if any. Is it so?
So one instance is about a client of mine whom I had met in 2015. At that time, he was a 17 crore company and looked very frustrated because every month, as his business was growing, his cash flow problems were kept going up. So he felt that either there is a leakage somewhere or there is there is some major problem, and should I grow? Should I curtail my ambition? So with that thought, when we went in, we looked at his book and we found that there was complete mess in the way the accounts were being maintained. They were doing certain projects where the manufacturing of a machinery which they would sell would take sometimes multiple months to make it. And even if they thought they were making a profit and loss account, they would book the sales only in the month when the sales happened. And there was no concept of WIP. So in certain months he would see gross margin as 20% and other certain months he would see gross margin at 54%. So just putting that system across where So we have seen two major areas where most SMEs have a problem. SMEs don't grow because they don't have funds, and most of the funds is blocked in working capital. First area of working capital is debtors, where they first tell us that their debtors are a problem because clients don't want to pay. My experience shows that 70% of the time it's an internal process problem. Either the instruction is not going well when to invoice, specifically in service industries where they are doing softwares on fixed bid. Even if they are doing invoicing, there is no check in terms of whether the invoice was accepted by the other party and whether it was entered in the ERP system, and then again who's going to follow up for that money, whether it is sales who will follow up or accounts. So these are questions which sometimes are open and lead to a lot of problems with debtors. And similarly, inventory is a very emotional decision for client. If something is not moving out, he keeps persisting with him, thinking that at some point of time I'll make profit. So just putting that system across in their organization where measurements happened well, he started understanding his profits. Now the next problem was understanding his cash flows. And his cash flows was his inventory, because it was very slow moving, and he was buying something because he was getting discount, and then because he was getting discount, it was getting stuck in his inventory, and then he always had cash flow problems. So the first 2-3 hours of his day was spent looking for cash flows. So when we put it in system in terms of how inventory will be ordered, concept of MOQ and other things that we have learned, a lot of things got streamlined. And then when he wanted to go for international expansion, he was in the oil and gas industry and wanted to set up something in Middle East. We gave him a budget that, from your existing business, you can take 3 crore rupees out. If you take more than that, you will again be in the problem of the same cash flow that you had earlier. With that amount, when he moved there, he could manage his India business, plus that business grew well. We were doing CFO services for the Middle East business as well, which slowly became larger than the India business. And then when he wanted to start his another branch in Texas, we did the whole process. So right now, this client meetings on the reviews are not only on the India business, not only on the Middle East and the Texas business, but on the consolidated thing. And also, ultimately, we believe that wealth generation for clients are important. So when he's seeing opportunities around, what is it that he can do is where we are also exploring. So this has been one good example. I have multiple examples where I have got a client who was 31-year-old who sold his company for 180 crores. We had been through the journey, not exactly CFO services, but we did accounting for him as well, but transitioned him to a level where he could sell. And benefit, like the other question is how, somebody, so I would love to, help anybody who wants to set up CFO services practice. By giving my examples, I have done multiple wrong things in the last 10 years. And then I'm able to now identify what is right. So if I can help somebody avoid those wrong things, I'll be happy. And any other way I can be associated. I believe that alone we can do only so much. Only together we can grow. I think our institute has also been telling that, we need to build networks, we need to merge. And I feel the same. For me, the basic criteria of getting one chartered accountant in my firm is to first check whether this guy anytime wanted to do practice. If yes, then I'll get him, because I believe that we have to build our practice with an entrepreneurial mindset, and that's how things will grow.
True, sir. Very well said. Thank you. Viniji.
Regarding my experience, I would like to share is that there was one developer having 5 projects, each worth more than 80 crores. And I was appointed in 2019 to check whether they have done everything regarding RERA or no. So I was just checking that, as I said, that whenever something comes up, you will have to first do a fact check of what he is saying. So whether whatever he is saying is there or no. According to client, he is perfectly in place with respect to whatever has happened till date with him for the RERA. I checked all the 5 projects. There were many things which he has not done. I told him, he told, okay, I am not aware about this particular thing. So that was fine. But in one of the projects, so there was a joint project with somebody. So as a typical developer, he was having one company for one project. So in one of the company, he was having 2 projects which even his accountant was not aware about. So when I was just checking the balance sheet with whatever he has done on RERA, I got to know that there is something more in the balance sheet than what is there on the portal. So I just asked him, whatever you are showing me is not matching. Either you are showing me wrong thing, or there is something else which you are not showing me. So the accountant also was not able to crack that what is that which he is not showing me. So he then asked the senior one, he was also not aware about it. Then ultimately it goes to the main boss. So he said कि ये बंदा जो है ये सब query पूछ रहा है, हमको तो ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं है कि इसमें कुछ additional है. So the owner said कि yes, in this company there are two projects. One of the project they were having with some other partner. That partner has left with them. But if you see that those partners were there, still there in the constitution document of the LLP. And subsequently, it took me almost 3 months to convince the client, boss, even if you are saying that that particular project is controlled by somebody else or is undertaken by somebody else, but do remember that this particular project is in the same company, and you will also be equally responsible or liable for anything happened with respect to that project, at least in RERA, may not be in other at other places, but for RERA also you will be liable to do liable if anything goes wrong then. So make sure that you are complying with the project which you are controlling, but the project which you are not controlling, make sure that everything is in place for that particular project also. Otherwise there can be a lot of problem. So this is one of the incidents. And when dealing with the developer, you can find these all things very easily. Every other day you will find that something he has not shown to you or something he has shown to you is not correct. There is something happening at one place and not at other places. So we have to be 100% sure if we are doing anything or certifying anything. And also while dealing with them also, nowadays, so even while suggesting or giving a consulting is also better if you keep everything on paper and then you do it. Otherwise it is a very problematic thing. With respect to how I can help out is, as the sir also said, that we can grow, always grow together. But one thing in my small career of this 10 to 12 years I have seen is that maybe it is an initial day issue or what, I don't know, that we are very insecure of some other chartered accountant dealing with our client. So clients are now also started shopping with from one chartered accountant to another chartered accountant. I will not say that the same is not there in other profession. It might be there in other profession, but maybe that is the reason we are not able to charge good amount of fees or maybe charge for the consulting services to our clients, because we are insecure of our professional brother or sister. We think that if a person goes to even for shopping at somewhere else, then it will affect me. Obviously one should be insecure, but we need to inculcate that particular discipline into ourselves, that if a client is coming to me from some other chartered accountant, if we start from बोलते हैं ना कि charity begins at home, if we start that particular thing, keeping in mind that this is our duty to make sure that दूसरे कोई CA का भी आ रहा है, not with the wrong intent, then we have to protect at least our professional brothers. So this way, as I said, that I work with other chartered accountants, so I make sure that when somebody else is working with me, he is already insecure about कि मैं उसका income tax या बाकी कुछ काम तो कर रहा हूँ, मैं इसके पास रेरा लेके जा रहा हूँ, so whether it will affect his practice or no. So I at least try to make sure that the person is comfortable that his practice will not be touched or his client will not be touched, except to the extent of the RERA service which I am providing. Thank you.
Super. Sir. Okay. I think coming to challenges, as such, I have not faced any challenges as such. But yes, professionally, sometimes you face challenges in our field. Where everybody has a view on the valuation and people have expectation on the valuation. That is where sometimes you feel those professional challenges you may face. So one of the incidents, which I could just remember was that one of the very large mergers, we were doing the valuation, and when the board meeting happens, there are independent directors, who have to approve this. They are in the audit committee or otherwise independent directors, and they have to approve this. And end of the day, everybody has to justify their existence. So he was becoming little difficult in terms of the ratio. Like we were willing to give a ratio of 3.25. I think that is the number which I remember. He wanted 3.5, and he had his own agenda why he wanted that number. But we as a professionally we were not comfortable giving what he was asking, and it was a very large merger. And especially when you do a valuation for large mergers, lot of people's fortune is dependent on your work, what you do. So if you are not comfortable, so we were actually not comfortable, and he in fact went to the extent of threatening us that if you don't give 3.5, we'll go to some other valuer. So we said, fine, that is your prerogative, you can do that, but we are not comfortable with anything different number than what we have come to. Finally, I think the chairman of the company was a wise person, and he said that if we have gone to the professional, let us respect their views and go ahead with that. So then they approved our swap ratio, and finally, in fact, that went into the litigation, up to Supreme Court. And even there, even it was difficult for the client to even defend 3.25. So if 3.5 would have given, it would have become much more difficult. So those kind of challenges, professional challenges come, but otherwise, as such, I don't see any challenge. By and large, people respect the views of the independent chartered accountants and the valuer, and I think as such there is no other issue in the field. Coming to the opportunities, already as I said, it's a very open field. We all chartered accountants are already trained to analyze the financials and the balance sheet and all that. Only thing you need to take a leap of faith and just venture into it. It will not happen over the time, but yes, over the period it will happen. You will start getting good work as and when. And valuation you can only learn by experience. It is not something where I give you a data, you will say this is the value. A lot of thought process will go into it. Your experience will help. If you are investing in stock market, that will also help you to understand the the business dynamics. Because today, say I am doing a valuation of oil and gas. Tomorrow I will do it NBFC. Third day I will do it some fertilizer company. Fourth day I will do some other industry, pharma company. So you need to know if you are in this field, you will get knowledge of all the fields. Of course, you are not going to become expert in those fields, but yes, you get the what are the issues which those companies are facing and how to resolve those issues and how to put that into the valuation aspect. So it's an exciting field, and I'm sure after this maybe seminar, at least 1/3 of the people will go into the valuation. Others may choose the
one third. There's only 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 we have.
Yeah, that is what I said.
Okay, superb, sir. This was fantastic. Any questions from the audience?
Hi, sir. Suppose for a big company like boiler, he is selling the boiler, and he has made a valuation from you, and suppose for any reason that doesn't get executed. So for how much period it will your valuation will exist? Like for 1 year, half year, or
The
2
validity
years?
of the certificate, are you saying?
So
The validity of the certificate.
So normally, people take the valuation certificate as close to the transaction which is taking place. Even if you look at the FEMA guidelines, they also say that valuation report which is older than 90 days is not acceptable. So while some regulators have put some timelines, but normally people take the report as close to the transaction date. So that is the way they work.
So suppose you 90 days as you said for the FEMA, and suppose 1 year has been passed from your valuation report. So
then you have to get the fresh valuation.
Fresh valuation.
Yes, yes.
Is there any criteria other than FEMA 90 days?
So there is no, I think FEMA has this criteria. Even income tax also says that you need to get the valuation on the date of the transaction. 56 to 7B, I think in the new rules, somewhere they have put more than 3 months or old, something like that. But as I said, by and large, people take as close to the transaction date, and old valuation report is normally not used. Again, you need to take a fresh report.
Thanks.
सर आपने कहा था कि आप रोज का एक वैल्यूएशन करते हैं।
या
कैसे सर, मैं 2 साल से करके बैठा हूँ, 2 साल में एक ही किया अभी तक।
इसीलिए सर आप वहाँ ऑडियंस में हैं सर, यहाँ पे।
No, see, valuation is a very big field. It is not like as I said, in our firm we are 3 partners and 17 chartered accountants. I think we are the only CA firm in the country which does only valuation, nothing else. But they are equal. Like each Big Four has a team of at least 100 people in valuation. So it's a very very vast field. If you get into it, then certainly.
RV करने का कुछ मतलब है क्या?
Certainly, yeah. If you have
किया
the RV, so then you need to say tell your friends and your other colleagues that.
सबको बोल दिया सर, लोग बोलते हैं आरवी करने का कुछ मतलब नहीं, सीए लोग करने लगे वैल्यूएशन, कुछ मतलब ही नहीं रहा लगता है।
नहीं, RV has a value and
वो IBC में है खाली।
नहीं, in fact we as a firm we don't do a single valuation for IBC. I don't do a single valuation for startup.
IBC का मैं भी नहीं करता, बैलेंस शीट देखता हूँ, कुछ है ही नहीं बैलेंस शीट, क्या वैल्यूएशन दूंगा उसको?
So we don't do IBC, we don't even do startup, because startup we feel that it is a high risk low reward game. When it comes to the valuation, startup wants very high valuation. When it comes to the fee, he will say that हम तो startup है, we can't afford the fee. So we don't do any valuation of any startup.
सर थोड़ा आपसे ट्रेनिंग मिलेगा बाद में?
Yeah, certainly we can.
Sir, Mahinder ji is a very energetic and enthusiastic member of our Bhinder area. He'll contact you personally.
Can I ask one question? This is related to the RERA. I wanted to know, like, whenever there are litigations, now the virtual, it's a virtual tribunal. So can we represent there as a chartered accountant?
Yes. So at the authority level and at the tribunal level we can represent. Just जैसे income tax में at CIT appeal and tribunal. Similarly, there are 2 levels at currently at the RERA, MahaRERA. So at the authority level also you can represent, at the tribunal level also you can represent, that the provisions are there in the law giving powers to us.
But my like experience, whenever I appeared, they say advocate, like they put a prefix before the person, whoever is representing, whether it is a company's
So
person.
that's what, we are so much involved in income tax and GST work, we are not having time to do all this representation work. And against it, I would add one more thing, that see, representing is a different skill altogether. Knowing something, some few things is a different aspect, and art to represent in itself is a different thing. So if one is having an art to represent, then according to me, representation should always be one of the good profession, because whenever somebody comes to you, you have a power to charge him upfront and then start with something, rather than doing it the other way, which we generally practice. So that is the way it can be done.
So on a lighter note, खाली Zoom meeting पे नाम पे क्या आगे ADV लगा दिया तो चलेगा क्या?
No.
Do they check it? Okay. So superb. Thanks Vasai branch for this fantastic session, and for planning this session where we had a spectrum of panelists from so varied of fields. So I would request everyone to kindly acknowledge all the panelists for giving their time and sharing their views, and Vasai branch. Over to you, Lokesh.
Hello. Now I request a time for giving memento to our panelist. I request Chairman of Vasai branch, C. Amit Agarwal, to give a memento to CA Vinit Gada sir.
I would also request, now that chairman himself is here, so any member who would like to avail any professional services from any of our panelists, to kindly arrange for some discount to be financed by the Vasai branch. Committed, sir? 50% will be borne by Vasai branch. Rest we will pay.
Now I request Vice Chairman of Vasai branch, C. Tarundan, to give memento to Parag Ved sir. Now I request Secretary of VASAI branch, Daya Bansal, to give memento to our last panelist, CA Samir Arora sir. Now, CA Nikunj Bagaria sir for monitoring this session by myself.
अपना बाद में ही कर लेते हैं साइड में.
I also request panelists to join. Now I request CA Vaibhav Patil to give vote of thanks for this session.
Good afternoon all. First of all, thanks to all the participants for attending and listening this conference. We all know that tree provide us with the fruits, but the efforts that tree carries and the pain that tree experience is really appreciable. The same thing is there in case of our speakers also. They really do so much of efforts and hard works to keep themselves updated and to provide maximum knowledge to members like us. I really thanks today's panelists, CA Samir Arora sir, CA Vinit Gada sir, CA Parag Ved sir. And also thanks Nikunji for asking the wonderful questions. We all know that all three subjects are very important subjects. Sir, we all youngster try to get into this all subject, but after listening this session, we all have motivated, you have motivated us in a very well manner, and definitely we will try to get into these new things. And lastly, I also like to thank VASAI branch of WRC of ICI for organizing this wonderful session, this members conference, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to give vote of thanks. Thanks to all.
Welcome members, welcome back. Welcome back for the last session. Now let's begin with our last session for today on a high note. I would like to call all the dignitaries on the dais, please. Speaker sir, I welcome you on the dais. Unmesh sir, Ashok Kumawat sir, Hiralalji sir, and our coordinator Yutu Shah. Members, I would like to say that you can't go back and start. Members, I would like to say that you cannot go back and start your things, but definitely you can start now and change your ending. With this, we'll start our last session on a high note, and I'm sure that it will be very motivating and inspiring. So before we begin with the session, I would like to request Hiralalji sir to present bouquet to our today's speaker. Now, before starting with the session, I would like to call upon our coordinator Yutu Shah to introduce our speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I got this fortunate opportunity to introduce our today's speaker, Jay Sangrajka sir. He is a fellow member of ICI with 15th rank on All India basis in the final examination of ICI in 1985. He is also associate member of ICSI and a law graduate. He also holds IBBI registration. He is co-founder and Incorp Advisory Services Private Limited, which has presence in multiple countries. He is partner in Incorp Restructuring Services, an IP registered with Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. He is founder and former managing partner of Jayesh Sangrajka and Company LLP, with 4 decades of professional experience in the field of accounting, auditing, taxation, and corporate laws. He also has 2 decades of experience in real estate advisory services, and he has managed more than 400 plus employees, which includes like various CAs, CS, lawyers, MBS, and others. He is also key speaker and panelist at various seminars, conferences, training courses organized by ICAI, and also like with IIPI of ICAI. He is also guest of honor and speaker at Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai, and conducting various sessions on insolvency and bankruptcy laws. So we warmly welcome you, sir, for the session.
We welcome you on the dice, sir. Sir, the dice is yours.
Can we start? Yeah. Yes. So, good evening, everybody. I am the last batsman for today. I hope, I hope you are enjoying. So, I will first like to introduce myself. She has already introduced, but just a background that how my story can help others to chart out their own course. So in 1985, I qualified as a rank holder chartered accountant. I was intermediate rank holder also, and final I got 15th rank. So the option with me was what? At the age of 22, I received a lot of letters and from large companies to join them. But day one, I had decided to start my own practice. Are there any rank holders here? Right, so you also started the practice. So nowadays, what is the trend? People, rank holders, or do they start practice? No? Why? Why? So people don't want to start their practice. What is the reason? Forget rank holders, even other chartered accountants. 90% of the chartered accountants are not joining practice. Am I right? So we have to first think why this is happening. Our children also do not want to join practice. What is the reason behind it? What is the reason? Earning or opportunities, or even people don't want to join their father's or mother's practice. What is the reason? Can anybody say? So why people want to get into some consultancy company like Big Four or BCG or Accenture, or why they want to get into all those, or corporate jobs? So let us, as a practicing chartered accountant, let us think on that. So even after being a rank holder, I did not join. At that point of time, it is a 38 years old story. But I just want to say that things are now so changed that virtually nobody wants to get into practice. And my feeling here is that the main reason is that we ourselves don't think big. We are not making large firms. And that is the reason how many large firms are there in India? Any idea? How many having a more than 25 crore turnover? I am talking of only 25 crore turnover. How many large firms will be there in Mumbai? Any idea? More than 25 crores. CA, I am talking about 25 crore practice, very few firms are there. More than 100, hardly 1 or 2 will be there. Only. And India is such a large country. Even Mumbai, double it for India. So what I am trying to say is, and what is the turnover of Big Four? Any idea? किसी ने Big Four में job किया है यहाँ पे? I am just trying to give you a perspective. Why when we talk about success story, then we should know why we are here for what? We are here for growth, no? All of us are for growth, right? So that is the reason I am raising some questions. What is the turnover of Big Four? Any idea? In India? Forget abroad. 10,000 crore? Yes, right. So 10,000 crore turnover of one Big Four. So for 40,000 crore for all Big Fours, 4. GT turnover is more than 1,000 crore. BDO turnover is more than 1,000 crore. So what I am trying to say here is that what is the turnover of an Indian firm? More than 100 crore also is how many firms? Hardly 1 or 2. Maybe Hari Bhakti, maybe 1 or 2 more. That is Dilip Desai. So that's the scenario here. And when we have our vision of Prime Minister Modi that our Indian firm should be like Big Four, why are we not Big Four? Let us all think here. I raise these questions in all my seminars because we do not believe in partnership. We want to work in our silos. We do not create our organization. We want to do everything ourselves. Am I right? How many firms are here having more than 5 partners? So out of 50-60 people, I think I'm seeing one hand. Same scenario everywhere. Huh? Believe me, same scenario all wherever we go. More than 5 partners, more than 10 partners, firms are very less. So what is the reason? And even more than 10 partners, the reason is only, maybe most of the time it is only for the purpose of getting CAG audits or bank audits. Otherwise they work in an individual P&L account. So when we want to grow, first we should collaborate. We should think of, more partnership. We need to think about corporate structure. We need to think about investment in a consulting business. Do you think consulting business needs investment? Consulting business में investments का ज़रूरत है? Working capital हमारे पास किसी का anybody has invested any money in working capital? It is only we want to buy a premise or most of the time we rent out. तो वही हमारा investment होता है. But if we don't invest, how are we going to grow? And these are some thoughts. So coming back to my story, whatever it is. So 1985, I was a chartered accountant. I started my practice. For 5 years, I was a partner in a firm. Mr. M.M. Jaju was there. There up to 1990. Then I started my firm. So I was doing virtually everything. One-man show in a garage. As all of us do initially. Virtually everything. I was a peon also. I was a office guy also. Managing everything. Doing income tax, VAT, everything. That time sale tax. One-man show. So like I was in Ladawala and Shah. It was a comparatively large firm. 3 years of my partnership, 3 years of my articleship I did at Ladawala and Shah. So there I got a very good, idea about the practice, and I was keen to join practice only. So first 5 years went into partnership, and we were 3 partners sitting on one table, and 3 of us were doing practice together in 150 square feet of area. So that was the background. So I thought after 3-4 years that this is not worth at all for me. because if I'm just going to do routine work, accounting work, and normal return filing and all that, so it was not to my interest. So 1990, I started my own firm and proprietary concern. After 7 years, I made my first partnership in 1997. So from age of 22 to age of 27, I was partner. I was a partner in a firm. Then I started my proprietary concern, and then I started in 1997 a partnership concern. So how did this partnership concern happen? I bought a practice at that point of time in Navi Mumbai. I was based out of Dadar, and I gave 4,20,000 rupees. At that time, it was a big amount for acquiring a practice from a small-time consultant in Navi Mumbai. That 4,20,000 today is worth more than 3 crore, 4 crore practice in Navi Mumbai as on today for me. Have you done any merger or amalgamation with any firm? Have you done any merger or anything? So even your 5 partners, how did you make that partnership? So how many 5 of you came together? How did you come together? So now 5 partners are handling different departments. What departments are you handling? Virtual CFO. So other partners? Direct tax. Okay. Nice. So when I started my practice, I was also doing virtually everything. Then in 1997, I acquired this firm. 4,20,000 goodwill I paid, and the practice started, which is now more than 3 crore, 4 crore in Navi Mumbai itself. So that was my first partnership or a merger. Then we went on adding partners, and the peak partners were 14 people. So that is the way the firm grew from proprietor to partnership to 14 partners. Even today it is 14 partners, but 2 years back, from 1st April 22, I have resigned as a partner. There are reasons behind it, because my firm name remains same, Jai Sangraj and Company LLP. But because I am doing insolvency law practice, so I am regulated by IBBI also. So, and plus I wanted that there should be a separate entity for insolvency law practice, which is called Incorp Restructuring LLP. So this partnership model is there even today. Till March 22, I was a partner. Now I just advise my partners, and my partnership business audit practice, which we do, is more than 10 crores. So that is where we are now. So from 97 till 2013, we were a partnership firm. In 2013, we converted partnership into LLP. How many firms have created LLP? I think very few firms in India are having even LLP model. So partnership से LLP, from proprietor partnership to LLP. In 2004, we created a network which was called Badgaj. Badgaj is a network which is having presence all over India. So it is recognized by our CA Institute, registered with ICAI, and it is in existence for last 18-19 years. If you ask any of our Central Council member, it is one of the largest network in India. So I was the first co-founder of that. There were 4 or 5 firms which formed this network, which is called Badgaj. Are you aware of network guidelines? Any of you, merger or network guidelines? Only one is aware. So please go through that network guidelines also. Under ICAI regulation, you can form a network of firms which may have presence in multiple cities. So that is where we started this network. Now, so being a large audit firm, large consulting company, in year 2016-17, I decided that why not do a corporate structure. So we formed 3 firms in India, merged, all based out of Mumbai. And then fourth firm from Bangalore merged, and we formed an entity called InCorp Advisory. So what we did is all three firms, one was my firm, JS Sangrajka. So all our consulting business we transferred to this private limited company, InCorp Advisory Private Limited. Audit firm remained in audit firm. Then we transferred the other firm was Synthesis Group, Manish Modi was heading. So that they also transferred the consulting business. And third was PR Gandhi out of Nariman Point. They also transferred their consulting business. And there was an investment of more than 75 crores in our three firms by an entity called InCorp Global, which was funded by a private equity fund, TA Associate. So Singapore is our head office. They invested 75 crores in India, and we three firms emerged and another fourth in Bangalore. Though who got this 75 crores? किसको मिला? So you know my some story, so that's the reason. You have attended my earlier seminar. Okay. So this, I'm telling you this, why I'm saying these numbers, because all of you should also grow. I'm also proud CA, Chartered Accountant, whatever is written here. I'm extremely proud to be a Chartered Accountant, and whatever I am today, because of CA I am here. So this 75 crore went to all these firms, all these four firms in some ratio, which is, there was a valuation of our firms. Have you heard any valuation thing happening in a CA firm? How can a CA firm be valued? Can you tell me? There were our valuer guys who were there last meeting, and based on experience of partner, okay. Based on revenue, okay. Anything else? Revenue, top line, bottom line. He values our Mr. Gadda, he was a valuer, or who was the valuer? Arur. Ved, yeah. So Mr. Ved values different businesses, but a service business like CA business also can be valued, and our firm was valued. When I took over the other firm in Navi Mumbai for 4,20,000, it's a small amount today, but at that time it was big. There was some valuation, but it was on the top line basis. The turnover was around 4.5 lakh or something, and I paid him that much amount. So that was a rough calculation, and we paid it. At that time I was young also. Here our valuation was done by a global private equity fund of all these four firms, and we got money, upfront money, as well as share in a private limited company. So today I am the largest shareholder of InCorp Advisory Private Limited, but 51% is being held by InCorp Global. So valuation is, in our case, the valuation was on EBITDA basis, and we got a multiple of 6 to 8 times. I am openly telling you all numbers because I think you should all also think how a business can grow. If we can do valuation for others, why we can't do value our services, and why we cannot form a larger organization. Our thought process should be that we should think like a startup company. What is a startup company? Can anybody tell what is a startup company? So, anybody else? We are all chartered accountants, we should know what is startup. Huh? Or anybody else? Any startup? We always think startup is a tech company, right? Technology वाले आए, IIT वाले आए, IIM वाले आए, company बनाया, startup बना दिया. Even a pan wala is a startup. How he grows, ultimately, it depends on his vision. I was also a startup in 1985. Today, whatever I have done, it is from startup to this stage. You are all startup entities. Technology entity or Zomato, ये वो सब तो बाद में आया. But everybody is a businessman, is a startup, according to me. You are starting something, you are building a business. How big it will become, you don't know, but if it all depends on our vision. We as a chartered accountant give services to all these businessmen or service providers. If they grow, we grow. Am I right? But if they grow faster, then we grow faster. What happens? क्या होता है? Suppose your client, you are a proprietor or two partners or three partners, and his turnover is 2-3 crores and now it has become 100 crores. Will he continue your services if you don't grow? If they are planning an IPO, or if they are planning a large fund infusion, or they are planning some foreign collaboration, all that, will they come to you if you are only a single partner or two partners firm? Practically think. They won't come. They will continue. They will have some, trust in you that, okay, this is my old guy. But he will not continue with you for long if you yourself don't grow. I have seen this happening with me. That is the reason from proprietary I went up to 14 partners. Because clients were becoming bigger, they wanted to get into IPO, they wanted to raise fund, and I thought that if I don't go on adding partners, then who is going to look after separate? When a business grows, you require specialization. You require specialized income tax partner, you require GST partners, you require investment banking partner, you require all type of partners who can give service to the client. Otherwise, client will run away. He will go to some other, and ultimately they end up with Big Four also if they grow beyond a limit. So that is where we all have to think that why not collaborate and make partnership. And that is what I tried to do. So as I said, in 2016-17, up to that time I was a partnership. First proprietor, then partnership, then LLP, and then a corporate structure. So 5 years back, 6 years back, this corporate structure of InCorp advisory has happened. There is nothing much in my slides, but it is just, small notes which I have made, but it's, so that's the way to becoming a partnership or a Badgaj which we formed as a network. So this is my story, 1985, 97, 2004, 2019. In between 2013, we converted our partnership into LLP. So 2019 was our, formally InCorp Advisory was formed. But before forming InCorp Advisory, we had to work for 1 year, 2 years just to make a proper structure. Problem is that when 2 firms or 3 firms decide to talk, it takes a lot of time. What is my valuation? The biggest challenge is what, our firm name. If I tell you, what is your firm name? Milan? I want your firm name. You stop it. What you will do? So nobody wants. What is normally happens is that हमारा नाम हमारा दुकान का जो नाम चल रहा है सालों से वो रहेगा, वही नाम चाहिए हमको. We don't want to change the firm name. So 2 firms start talking, which firm will have what name is the first discussion. After that money, valuation and all that. See, no large organization will have name of their promoters. Zomato का जो होगा promoter, उसका नाम Zomato नहीं है, उसका नाम अलग ही है. Individuals are there. So never stick to your name. This is the biggest challenge. Firm name को हम लोग सोचते हैं हमारा बहुत goodwill हो गया. But what is the value of that goodwill? That we all have to think. So first, in any scenario of merger or amalgamation, forego your name, forego your firm name. If you have talent, your talent will speak. If you are good in income tax or you are good in valuation or you are good in forensic audit, तो आपका नाम तो रहेगा ही रहेगा, firm का नाम कुछ भी हो. There is an individual brand as well as firm brand. It is always that way. Your brand is one brand, the firm brand is another brand. So this is a practical thing which we all have to think to grow. And if we want to merge, आपके 5 पार्टनर का फर्म का नाम वो इनिशियल से होगा कुछ सबके, because our institute rules are that, correct? सो वो इनिशियल नेम अगर कल आप दूसरे 5 पार्टनर को ऐड करोगे तो क्या 5 और 5 10 इनिशियल का नाम हो जाएगा? और यू विल से ओके आई वांट माय फर्म नेम ओनली, नो दिस नेम ओनली शुड कंटिन्यू, और वहाँ पे ही वो बिजनेस वो सामने वाला भी जीत पे चढ़ेगा, नहीं होगा. So always in a scenario of a large partnership, don't think only of your firm name. Firm name बहुत कम value है उसका, to my mind. You should focus on which segment you want to do business, how large the business model can happen, and you should focus on what is the quality of the partners, and those are the things which we have to think. If you have to grow 25, 30, 40 crore turnover, I'm not talking of 100 crore or 10,000 crore of EY or KPMG or whatever it is. I'm not even talking of 100 crores. Even if you want to grow beyond 5 crores, 10 crores, I think most of you here will be having a turnover of below 1 crore. Anybody having more than 2-3 crores turnover? कोई किसी का है यहाँ पे? Sir, I'm just, please understand, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to motivate. And I want you guys, you are all the smartest guys. Chartered accountant means one of the smartest professionals. If you can't think to grow beyond 1 or 2, 5, 10 crores, then who will be telling you how are you going to grow? Any business requires good people. Good people means partnership. Good people means good employees. Good people means good infrastructure. How are you going to create this good infrastructure without money or without you own having that vision to grow? And like-minded people, 3-4 people, like-minded people come together, they may be called as core partner. If 4 firms merge and one core partner of each firm we designate who has founded it, there are 4 co-founders. So that is the way InCorp Advisory was formed, and we are today, as on today, 3 main core partners. And today our turnover is 50 crores. We acquired one company called wakilsearch.com, which is Zolvet, which is having another 50 crore turnover, which is Chennai-based 400 engineers. And what they do, what does Vakil Search? You can go on the website. We are holding 46% in that company. It only files GST return, trademark returns, income tax returns, etc. And what is the pricing? 500 rupees, 1000 rupees, 2000 rupees. So all small startups or small businesses come on that platform. It has got a Libra platform also, lawyers ka. Then what I'm trying to say is routine things will be automated. It will be computerized. We all have to do value-added service. If we have to do value-added service, then we need large firms, large infrastructure, and large infrastructure in terms of office, people, and everything. So that is the way technology, we need to invest in technology. Mr. Arora he is doing a CFO service. So CFO service we also do. Our CFO service also is more than 6 crore business. Pehle kya tha, everything I was doing and few of my partners are doing. Now our team is more than 400 people because 4 firms merged. So there is a people and there is a talent. Preeti ji discussed about ESG today morning. That's what was there in the pamphlet. So how many of you do ESG practice? We started from 3 years back. Prakhar Agrawal is our guy who looks after ESG practice. He is a CA and ISB. ISB, ISB is like IM. So today our ESG practice is more than 4.5 crores. We started because we could do this because only of branding of InCorp, marketing, digital marketing and all that. And this will happen only if we are large firms. So I request, I consider after this lecture, some of you also form large firms. That helps. That helps our institute also. Our vision also will be there. Otherwise, everybody goes in a job, and I don't know why people go for a job. Because there are no large firms or large opportunities which are being created by practicing chartered accountants like us. All small businesses have to graduate to larger businesses. Same way, all small firms have to graduate to larger firms. एटलीस्ट 5-10-15 पार्टनर का तो फॉर्म बनाओ पहले, उसमें कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा. इट इज़ ऑल गोइंग टू बी हेल्पफुल. सो दिस इज एंड डोंट थिंक अबाउट दिस वर्ड ऑफ माउथ एंड ऑल दैट. वर्ड ऑफ माउथ, मार्केटिंग, ये सब वो सब लोग करते हैं. मार्केटिंग के बिना कुछ होता नहीं है. बट क्रिएट अ ब्रांड ऑफ independent of your name, and you can do all type of things for your business growth. I'm not saying unethical things, all ethical, but yes, there is a huge scope, and we can all do a great build bigger and bigger firms. If you see our statistics of our institute, 90% firms are 1 or 2 partners firm. And practicing, even large firms are having practice of not more than 20-30 crores. Very few are even touching 100 crores. And we want to compete with Big Four. क्या उसका टर्नओवर 10,000 करोड़ है, वो लोग कुछ भी करते हैं, उनको कुछ होता, उनको कोई पकड़ता नहीं है. But they have set up a organization structure. They have created huge organization structure. Why we can't create? वो करियाना वाला दुकान के जैसा हम बात करेंगे तो डीमार्ट वाला बड़ा हो गया ना, और डीमार्ट के ऊपर अमेजोन भी हो गया. तो वी ऑल हैव टू थिंक दैट वे. वी आर अ सर्विस प्रोवाइडर, बट वी हैव टू थिंक लार्ज, बिग, एंड ट्राई टू बिल्ड अ प्रैक्टिस. अगेन देयर इज अ सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ दिस होल स्टोरी फॉर अबाउट मी. सो व्हेन आई फॉर्म दिस इनकॉप, व्हेन आई जॉइंड इनकॉप, इट्स नॉट माय ओन कंपनी नाउ. सो आई वाज 55 years of age. Today I am 60. In a way, it is a succession planning. At a certain stage, you have to, and now only I practice in insolvency law. Insolvency law practice, IBC practice. Anybody is here into IBC practice? एक तो हाथ ऊपर करो. So anybody RP here, resolution professional? So as I could focus on, because of INCOP, as a co-founder, I am only focusing on RP, resolution professional practice, and my practice last year was 10 crores, highest in INCOP, all combined, GST, audit, ये वो. 10 crore का practice ऐसे ही नहीं होता है. It is not me, it is my team, it is INCOP, it is large assignments which we could handle. You can see on my website, you can check, I have resolved 10,000 crore of bad debts of real estates. More than 3,000-4,000 of home buyers have got home because of our effort. Another 15,000 crore resolutions are under process in my name. Pura data hai IBBI website pe bhi. All this happens only if you think big and you create an organization structure. Our CEO is Manish Modi. He is 47-48 years, 46-47 years, 15 years younger to me. But he is CEO because he has got that mindset of organization structure. We collectively decided, मैं सीनियर हूँ तो मैं CEO बनना, it's not necessary. और की पार्टनर बनना जरूरी नहीं है. सबकी एक्सपर्टीज, लाइक PR गांधी, भावेश गांधी, FEMA इंटरनेशनल टैक्सेशन डील्स विद इंटरनेशनल क्लाइंट्स. To deal with company, why INCOP Global Singapore invested in INCOP India? The reason is that they see India as a growing market, and they want to invest in India in consulting business, and that's the reason they have invested. 75 crore ऐसे ही नहीं डालेगा कोई. Another 75 crores, another 40 crores they have invested in Vakil search, and we also invested 30 crores. So totally 150 crore उन्होंने invest कर लिया consulting business में. Why they are investing? These are all public domain. You can Google and you will find it. This all news are there. Acquisition of Vakil search by India, INCOP India, or investment in INCOP India in India. These are there. Similar structures other people are also going to create. You all have to think, how do we create such type of structure and make ourselves a large consulting company? Anybody knows about BCG here or Accenture here? आप लोग young लोग हो यार, कोई तो बोलो. तो आप कंसल्टिंग बिजनेस में हो तो यू डोंट नो विच आर दी लार्ज कंसल्टिंग कंपनीज. लुक एट देयर मॉडल. क्या वो छोटे छोटे क्लाइंट GST रिटर्न भरोगे, इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भरोगे, क्या मिलने वाला है? इफ़ योर एस्पिरेशन इज ओके, चलो 10-20 लाख रुपया साल का कमाया, 25 लाख कमाया, चलो आराम से हम लोग ज़िंदगी काटेंगे, ठीक है. आई एम अ प्राउड CA एंड यस, वी विल ऑल बी प्राउड ओनली. वी विल बी अर्निंग मच हायर देन other people, other segment of the population, because our per capita income is much higher than any other segment. But if your vision is that much, it's fine. But if you are thinking big, then think of a large organization, think of a large creating structure, make partnership, collaborate and grow. That is what I want to say. So that is my story, and that is the end of it. I hope you have liked whatever I have said, and I hope I have not bored you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your success story and a wonderful journey. Hope the members will get motivated and all the members might have got inspired. Thank you, sir, for your session so much. Now, for to give away memento, I would like to call our past dynamic chairman, CA Unmesh Navekar ji. Daya madam, you may be please join. Now, to give away a formal vote of thanks of this wonderful and today's last session, I would like to call our coordinator, CA Ashok Kumawat ji. Any questions? Any questions, please, on this session? Anything? Okay, over to you, Ashok bhai.
Thank you, Kishore bhai. Thank you, VASAI branch, for giving me this opportunity to present a formal vote of thanks to today's speaker. Sir, your journey will definitely inspire a lot of us and motivate us to come out of this proprietorship structure and form, biggest organization structure and get success in our life. And I think your numbers will definitely motivate us for that thing. And thank you very much for your insights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Members, we have a taxman book stall outside this, as you might have witnessed. So I would like you to take the benefit. Thank you. So we'll meet tomorrow again, and on 9:30 a.m. we will start our session. Thank you to all. Thank you members specially for attending all the session. Thank you.